What is going on, everybody? Welcome back to another episode of No Neutral, where we discuss all things CPT and Street Fighter related. I'm Brian F. Of course, I'm joined by
yes, sir.
Hollywood, Rob
yes,
TV.
Sir.
Listen, I know I've been a little under the weather. I had to clear the sinuses real quick, clear the windpipes for that one. I hope I did you justice
like that,
there,
Brian.
Rob. All right,
I
did my best. Sometimes I don't give it my all. This time I decided you earned it. You've been looking good, wearing your goat shirt there. You know what I'm saying? So I had to give it up to the goat.
A little something, Brian. And you know who else? It takes a goat to know a goat. And you probably think that I'm about to compliment you right now, but I am not. I am shouting out our people over there at Capcom Fighters Japan, always holding it down for us. CPT event in, the CPT event out. Shout out to all of our fans over there in Japan. We always appreciate all of the support. And speaking of CPT as a whole, Brian, we need to get into something very important, man. Because I remember last season people talking about Cammy Fighter 5. I remember last CPT season people talking about Karen Fighter 5. And they was talking about Balrog Fighter 5 because that's what it really was. Character made no sense. Character was busted. Character didn't take no skin. All that type of stuff.
We don't gotta worry about that. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So we've seen a lot of repeat character, wins or placements. But this season stuff is starting off a bit different, Brian, and I don't think people notice it.
They haven't, yeah. The beginning of the previous season did have a lot of Cammy. I think it started off on the doomsday foot because, every season in the beginning, there's always a character that's always the talk of the town. Last season, it was Cammy at the beginning of the season. And lo and behold, I think the first 3 out of the 4 events were all Cammy, I believe. I think there was some kind of statistical anomaly going on there, and Cammy players were doing some work. And then this season, we had the future Street Fighter was the talk of the town, Luke, after the definitive balance patch, and lo and behold, our first event winner for the CPT 2022 season.
People were scared, bro.
It was Samurai with Luke, and in that bracket there were a few other Luke players doing some work. Of course, for some people, I feel like that set the tone where they were concerned that we might not see too much variety. But who was Samurai playing in that grand finals? Filipino man with Rose, who is not a character. I don't think we've seen Rose in any other CPT grand finals up to this point, if I'm not mistaken. But that said, the rest of the matches, the rest of the events so far have gone a little bit different.
Yes, we have not seen the same character win a CPT event up to this point. Now, of course, that might seem like, oh, okay, well, yeah, that's pretty good. But not just that. The same character has not even made grand finals yet. There hasn't been one character to make 2 grand finals in any CPT event up to this point. So the matches that we've had so far, we've had in CPT West Coast, we had Samurai versus Filipino man, as you said. We had Luke versus Rose. And then over there in the UK, the Mandem, the big man thing, we had 4 fields with the Falk going up against Problem X. That's a run back of what we saw in the first CPT event last year. And of course, we had 4 fields taking that one with the Falk. Then we had Mr. Crimson and Kills You going head to head, another run back from last year. The Dawson versus Karen, and then we had Midwest. Yo, this job is hard, bro. It sucks being a competitor. And I gotta talk about my L. Why you gotta talk about your L, bro? What happened in that one? Did you make grand finals?
Listen, that one's the one that should have been the same. We should have had more 2021 Balrog Karen. You know what I'm saying? Back to the good old times of Balrog and Karen. But no, unfortunately, we took some L's that weekend, but it was our guy, Just a Kid, taking it all the way with Jury against Chakotay, who's been one of the most consistent all-mine CPT performers, to be honest. If you really look at his record, US East and Midwest doing extremely well. Rockin' Mika. You couldn't have predicted that necessarily. You can predict El Chakotay, but Mika in a grand finals in CPT in 2022, kind of, not really the character you expect to see in that position. But then moving on to Japan, we had Momochi up against Pugera in the grand finals. Cody versus Balrog and Poison. Pugera is kind of keeping that 2020 meta alive, I feel like, with the Balrog and the Poison. Those are characters you might expect in these positions. And then Cody might be the new face of the 2022 season, but not something you would have called initially, right? When this season kind of unfolded and people were kind of trying to predict where the meta is going, Cody was kind of there in the background, and I think those in the know were like, yo, this character is strong, but it wasn't what the talk of the town was. But yeah, when the seasons unfolded, I think people were predicting a lot of Luke, Maybe still Cammy, even though she had some adjustments. Even Karen, I feel like she got some minor adjustments, but you know, but people weren't expecting too much.
Karen is still amazing.
Right, of course. And of course, Poison. To me, the two characters I expected to be very prevalent in all these events were Luke and Poison. So we got a taste of both. But far from dominating. I mean, the variety has been through the roof. Sim, Karen, Jury, Mika, Cody, Balrog, Poison. I mean, no repeats. Now, do we expect to see more in the future?
We definitely have to have some type of repeats at some point. I don't think that there's going to be a situation where we're going to see a trend of it. And I really think that a big reason that could be, it could be just the fact that the game has been out long enough now, man, that the level of play is so high, and what's really separating people isn't simply characters, right? Like, it's these actual, you know, the strategies, the dash checks, the anti-airs. Like, of course, characters do matter to some degree, but a lot of people probably have noticed that the Daigos of the world are able to go and just pick Guile. Like, I don't know if people have, I think Japan probably does. They always have Guile higher than the rest of the world, but I don't think people really have Guile as like a top 5 character. Like, do you even have Guile as top 10?
At the bottom somewhere of it, maybe?
In the bottom, you know? See? You know what I mean? Like, so,
if that.
But you see him and Higuchi putting in work with Guile, for example. That's not to say that the character's not good, but in general, you know, we see what Punk does. I mean, we just saw him bust out the Nakali against Adam and really played godlike and almost won after being down 0-2 in that top 8. We're seeing what Kudo is doing with Chun-Li. Not that Chun-Li isn't strong, but my point is just that, you know, last one I even bring up from CEO, Minna with Birdie. I know there's no one on God's green earth that got Birdie in top anything. You know what I mean? Like, that's not the most popular character right now. Oh yeah, that's right. You do hate Birdie.
I'm a Birdie hater. But me hating Birdie is me respecting Birdie if you really think about it. Yeah, I agree. He's not the best character, but I do think he's a little underrated. People be talking like he can't play the game.
Like he's unplayable. Yeah.
Like literally cannot do anything. He just has a few holes in his game plan, which I feel like are very emotionally evoking, you know. But yeah, I agree. He's definitely not a top 15 character at all. He definitely has some tough matchups, which he might not be the best pick in. But yeah, I think another point to make here is I think what we see here with these online CPT regions is we're not seeing the final version of the competitive meta, right? We get to see in kind of these isolated regions that we're all kind of developing our skill sets in, developing our counter picks or strategies for in isolation with smaller regions, right? You're trying to focus on winning in your region. Whatever the best pick is for your region might not be the best pick for another region, right? And that's not to say that the meta is not being pushed like the final version of what it could be. It's not to say that the meta is kind of evolving in different selection. You know, evolution takes place when you have natural selection forcing different pressures based on your environment, right? So everyone's environment is different. So we get to see how this environment pushes this character. You know, we see like in South America West, we see Frozen rocking Kage and Nash. We see in Brazil Ronaldinho doing work with Nash, right? You get to see how these environments pressure the meta into certain directions, and you get to see different results than you would expect in different regions. And I think there's a beauty to that because we see things we never get to see in a normal CPT offline kind of the whole world coming together CPT season. So yeah, like I think it's really interesting to see.
Imagine if you're in France and you're a Cody player.
Right.
Like, brother, God bless you. You know what I mean? Like
Mr. Crimson there cooking you up every weekend. You know, you might have a counter pick at this point.
Yeah, like at some point it's time to switch. But Brian, that's all talking about, you know, the one-off CPT regional tournaments, but there's a brand new way to qualify for Cup. There's some new results that I'm looking forward to because some bombshell news has dropped since our last episode of No Neutral, and that is that we officially have what is known as the World Warrior program. So this is actually something that's broken down into 26 regions worldwide, and there's gonna be a monthly installment of tournaments. So once per month, we're gonna have tournaments that are actually run and streamed by the most prominent, some of the most dedicated community members in the world. And, you know, of course, in that given region, like, of course, we would have in the Midwest, Low Kick Esports gonna be doing theirs, or West Coast, we have Level Up Live, or, you know, over in we actually have one of the most exciting ones for me, Salt Mine League, over there in the UK holding things down. So I'm definitely excited for this entire process, and it kind of is a callback to the 2019 and before, where we actually had a point system. So this new format, I think it's very dope. And you know, some people love the one-off tournament thing where you just win the one tournament and you qualify for cup. I personally think that that's dope, and there's a whole lot of drama behind it. But I also see that something like this that rewards overall consistency could be cool too. Brian, what do you think about this, the World Warrior program? Whole different perspective now.
I definitely think it's really interesting and fun to have more ways to qualify for the cup, especially for people like us who might have missed our one shot. But like you mentioned, some people like the one chance aspect of the CPT qualification events, and some people might miss the regular recurring events that accumulates to points that lead into a big finale. Well, the World Warrior program is actually kind of both, right? So these qualifying events, these monthly events, do have a point system where you can get on the leaderboard for your region. But these points are leading up to qualifying for the top 8 of the World Warrior Regional Final. And then there you go, you have your one shot to qualify. And it gives each region kind of a new avenue to qualify for the Capcom Cup. So, you know, say someone like me or Rob here who busted out of our CPT event, we can hit up our monthly events, right? Earn some points, qualify for the top 8. The points will be used for seeding purposes to arrange that final bracket. And then there we go, we got our one more chance to make it into the cup. And I think the point system is pretty interesting too, because looking at how the points are structured, it's very neck and neck how the points are structured. 50 points for the first place position, 40 for second, 35, 30, 25, and so on and so forth, right? Even going all the way down to 13th, getting 10 points. And then if you're 17th or below, you get that 1 point for participating. So it's really trying to reward consistency here. You're not able to win one of these qualifying events and just coast and rest on your laurels like that, right? If you want to ensure you qualify for that top 8, you need to be participating in every event to ensure you have your spot to qualify. And also the seeding is very important, right? If you're trying to have the best possible bracket path to make sure you don't have to fight the #1 favored player round 1, you're going to want to keep entering as well, so that, you know, maybe the your number 2 maybe gets knocked out in the upset and you have an easier path to go, right? There's a lot of strategy involved in the seeding process for this. So you're really incentivized to keep competing and not just do well to qualify, but to do well to ensure you have the best possible seed going into the finals bracket. So I'm just excited overall because it's a lot more Street Fighter V action for every region. In case you wanted to see more of a specific region, which had an amazing CPT event, well, now you can watch like 6 more tournaments of that region and see players who might not have made it to that top 16 position because maybe they had an off one event. You know, it's going to be really interesting to see how this goes over time as players are competing for that consistency to go into that final bracket. And also, I think just the broadcast and everything is going to be really interesting because this program taps into the local communities and the local streamers for each region. I think that's really awesome that Capcom is partnering with them, because it's kind of like a flair that was missed from the offline CPT of old. We got to see the different commentators from every region, and you got to get to see more of the players more regularly over, you know, like longer weekend events and things like that. So I think it really taps back into the local communities and the streamers like that. And so I think it'll be really interesting to watch the different broadcasts, see all the different talent, and get to just know the communities a bit more. Like if you weren't already watching some of these local events, I think it just gives a bit more prestige and a bit more hype and more stakes on the line for them, so that people are more incentivized to watch existing locals and get to know every region a bit better.
Yeah, and you know, bro, it really makes me think about how, like, in 2019 and before, there was just so much. Like, I remember there would be like, it felt like there was weekends where there were like 3 CPT events in one weekend. Like there might be something going on, and like, you know, this is like all offlines or whatever at the time, but it's something going on in South America, and then there's a premiere in America or Europe and Japan or whatever, got something going. Like there was always something to tune into. Like it to some degree, it felt like it was tough to even keep up with all of it, but that was a beautiful problem to have. And I feel like now we're getting back to that, where, you know, instead of just looking forward to the one CPT event for that week, which was already dope, now there's going to be a whole lot more of variety. And of course, we're still gonna have these regular one-off big CPT events where you just win one and you qualify.
So I think we're going to see not only very intense competition with people trying their hardest, but we're also going to see the meta between the players evolve more, because that's what we were missing with the CPT event. It was the one shot, like, you know, you're Batman, you're preparing for the one showdown, this is it. Now we get to see them butt heads and then tweak the knobs a little bit here and there, see how it evolves over time, so you can be the most consistent, which is always an entertaining thing to see. I love the aspect of the leaderboard, checking the numbers. You know, everyone's gonna have a horse in the race. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna be like, oh, I hope this guy doesn't do well to preserve my spot here. It becomes a lot more involved when you have to root for other people's downfall.
Yeah, and you know, like one of the more interesting things about the World Warrior 2 for me is the fact that, you know, it's a top 8 cutoff. Like the regional final at the end is going to be top 8. So the most hype part is going to be that bottom 2 spots. Like that's going to be automatically in every single region. That's going to be a war type situation where it's going to come. It's kind of like grand finals of the last like couple warrior events will probably be like round 1 of top 8 to some degree too. Instead of at the actual grand finals.
Some of the most important showdowns are going to happen at the bottom half for sure. I mean, that's how it is with the CPT season, right? Once the positions are kind of set in the top, you start looking at like the 30 to 34 range in the CPT season when it was the top 32 players. You're like, oh, who's going to make it in? Oh, if this person wins this tournament, but then this person loses and this person gets second. You know what I mean? You start calculating the numbers to see who's going to make that final position. So I think it's going to be really interesting to see. So it gives more people like smaller wins to look for, like more ways to have that excitement and hype and competition. So I think that's really exciting to see.
Bro, that the whole idea of them having like you automatically get 1 point for signing up.
Oh yeah.
That's kind of soft, Capcom. I don't know about all that, man. Participation points and all that.
Hey, man,
Brian,
it might come down to that.
I know you support it. I know you, but that would be godlike, bro.
It might come down to that, man. You never know.
Imagine you just didn't enter one of the tournaments and there's just like a 1 point difference that makes you not get into the regional final, bro.
I think it's godlike. That's what I'm saying. It's like you better enter.
Yeah. That's it.
That said, we already had our first World Warrior event, of course, kicking off with the UK Salt Mine League hosting the event. And of course, it's always an exciting one. And I think we're already seeing how things can get shaken up a little bit, right? Because we had in first place this time, Ending Walker, second place Hurricane.
He got that dog in him, Brian. Ending Walker got that dog in him.
That was my dark horse to win potentially the UK event, because he's been on the up and up. He's been consistently placing better and better and better in every event that I'm seeing. And there you go. He got the first W over Hurricane. And there you go. The race has already begun. Hurricane and Ending Walker in the lead here. But, you know, there's a bunch of other players who have placed and earned their points. So, and surprisingly, you know, Problem X started off in 9th. So this is not going to be free. Not going to be free for the favorites at all. We're going to see these players constantly grinding the remaining events in order to qualify. So I can't call it. Ending Walker is off to a good start. I would definitely predict him to qualify if I had to put some money on it, but we're going to see how this shapes up over the next coming months.
You know what? It could be kind of scary for someone like, you know, Problem, who's like, you know, historically the greatest player from that region for as far as Street Fighter V is concerned. You know, it could be kind of weird for the other competitors to see him get that placement, because you, to some degree, you want the Problems, the Adam, Mr. Crimson, you kind of want them to place high if you're somebody who might be around that little middle area, because you don't want to get to the end of World Warrior and like,
you're fighting for 7th against Problem X.
I'm fighting for 7th, yeah, with Problem X, like that's a spooky spot to be in. You know, but as surprising as it was to see Problem not crack the top 8 at that one, that's why it's the long game. I'm sure after he was eliminated, he wasn't sweating at all.
Right.
And that's the cool thing. Like, he has to make sure he's kicking it into gear, but he's a professional. It's the long game now. It's a World Warrior program. So can you consistently stop the big man team? Can you consistently stop him from cracking that top 8, cracking first place? I don't believe so, but we will see. But also, we can't just talk about Ending Walker getting first. Again, you know, you brought up Hurricane. How consistent has this man been at this point, man? For years. I mean, you know, his Cammy, and at this point, this is what, after Cammy has gotten some very interesting adjustments. You know what I mean? She's a little bit different than she used to be. And Hurricane, in the end of the day, still has the same skill, if not more than what he had before. So he's still placing well, getting that 40 points. And we also have some familiar names with Soundboy, of course, always putting in work with the Cody, Shax, somebody who's been putting in work since for years in Street Fighter V. And I personally feel like I've been seeing this guy level up a whole lot recently. And my man, One Step Layer, his Karen is sick, man. Of course, his hit confirms are wild, the Nooch. So it's definitely dope to see how this is gonna shake out. And I think that this region specifically is one of the most competitive regions in the world. I'm not talking about like mentality, like just like mentality wise. I'm talking about actually on paper. They're one of the hardest regions to call. Like, are you gonna say, would you have directly predicted that Endon Walker was gonna win? It's not like it's surprising, but you wouldn't have been comfortable honestly, there's nobody in this thing that would have been comfortable putting money on getting first place.
I can call top 3 maybe. Like, you know, Hurricane, Ending Walker, Problem X would have been my top 3. Yeah. That would have been what I would have called, to be honest.
Oh no. You're not predicting, you're not having Infectious in your top 3 prediction, bro. Now, Infectious was not a part of this event, but you're not telling me that you're not having which one of them moving out the way for Infectious,
listen. Infection, these are the players that I see week in, week out at Salt Mine League doing work.
Okay.
Even more so, like Problem X has entered these more than Infectious, and Problem X is also kind of a bit more reserved in his online tournament appearances, right? But Infectious, he is the guy who disappears for a year, then shows up and wins, right? So, but this is a different format. This is a format where you need to show up week after week. So is this gonna vibe with Infectious's strengths? I feel like Infectious is more about coming with an unexpected strategy and catching you a little bit off guard, even though I'm not gonna say his strategy is random or anything like that. But he's gonna come with a style of play that you might not be prepared for.
That's true.
Then next event, he'll do it again. But these are like 6 months, a year apart, right? We haven't seen him, or I personally haven't seen him in a weekly series or a monthly series in a long time, where people are going to be getting accustomed to what he's doing, or he might not be able to come with a unique game plan as rapidly as that. So it's a different format, right? It's not the same kind of format. These are the players that I mentioned in the top 3, which are consistent. No matter how many times they show the cards in their hand, they're consistently placing. It doesn't matter if you know everything they're going to do from beginning to end, they're still going to win, right? So I would like to see how Infectious performs in the rest of these upcoming events, because, you know, he's not in the Capcom Cup. This is his only shot from this region to qualify now. So it's interesting to see how this different test will determine the play style and the type of player we see out of a lot of the players who don't enter weeklies, right? Like, I like that it's going to bring people out of their cave.
Yeah, and you know, when you bring up play styles, it's kind of interesting. You know, we already had the first UK Ireland CPT, and we saw 4 Fields get the debut at Fall. Now we're saying Endon Walker get it with Ed. Aren't these both considered like Neo Shadaloo characters? And you know, I feel like that's a little interesting. I don't know. There's something going on over there with that. And you know, again, these are 2 characters that are not scratching anyone's top 10 tier list, in my opinion, which of course all that stuff is arbitrary, and you know, it's all subjective at the end of the day. But I do think that it's, you know, just worth pointing out that these guys are just playing who they want to play.
They're young bucks playing the new characters with the new control scheme, new style, right? Like it's all brand new.
They're playing the modern controls, bro.
Yeah, they're getting ready for Street Fighter VI already. Yeah, you better watch out for these guys in Street Fighter VI. Might be rocking some modern controls, some instant just frame reaction supers. Who knows?
Yeah, you know, and I feel like Endon Walker, bro, he's going to be a problem. The fact that he won the first event, I really think just confidence-wise. So, of course, man, shout out to UK, of course, putting on a dope show. Shout out to Salt Mine League, putting on an amazing show for the first World Warrior program. And I'm excited for these in general. Make sure y'all sign up to get that experience, to get that work in, and, of course, to try to qualify for Capcom Cup and change your life making that type of bread. You know, everybody not as rich as Brian. 200, 250K, that's nothing to a boss like my man COG Brian F. But for us regular folks out here, that's life-changing. So, of course, go get your bread, go get your glory, sign up for the World Warrior program, and you can get some more info on that at CapcomProTour.com.
contrary to Rob's statement, the Capcom Pro Tour money is life-changing for a guy like me. So if you're interested in trying to qualify for the Capcom Pro Tour, beyond the World Warrior program, of course, we have the regular CPT season. So if you want to register for your CPT event for your region, head over to CapcomProTour.com as well to see the CPT event available for your region and sign up today.
And of course, Brian, I'm glad you bring it up, because signing up that's step one to trying to qualify for Cup, to change your life, to get that glory, the sponsorships, the adulation, all of the things, the perks that come with it. But somewhere along that journey, you actually have to step up in the bright lights with the whole world watching. And I tell you what, with an event like we have right now, this top 8 that we have coming up, the lights have never been brighter. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to have a brand new champion for South America West. It is finally time. Who is gonna take it all? Who wants it the most? This is CPT South America West top 8.
Riders have to strike out on their own.
Let's do this.
When you go looking for strength, it's not like a game. This journey doesn't have a real ending. Okay then, hope you're ready to begin. If you want to start off on the right foot in this city, hit the streets.
Yeah, hey there, I do this. Never fear losing. And when I get up in the game, y'all be improved. A real problem, but I solve them all facts proof. And if you think I'm going forward, then you talking fool. Yeah, y'all wanna win, let me spin, boy. Or dunks aside, I'm super fly like I'm hanging off the rim, boy. I've been winning for my kinfolk, and I put on for my city from the intro. Fight!
Training getting wound up, channeling it in itself and moving up and down. Crossing over, passing by, I'm on the time to count and keep score. 30 years I never thought it crossed before. When I get tired on my knees, I got it digging deep. I feel like I'm on the left, it really has got me. Actions always the way, no goodbyes, and you just do it again. I'm riding up scheming, riding and dreaming. Once I get the feeling,
The top player is here.
Let me have some fun.
Ready? Then show me.
This will be a good fight.
if you wanna come and stand up to me, pull up on me now. If you wanna challenge, tell me what you wanna go me now. I'm on the road to the top and I'm not looking back. I'm on the road to the top and I'm not looking back.
This is our destiny.
My secret art, Shin Shoryuken! Street Fighter VI.
Let's go.
Fear my strength.
Have a taste of this! Don't take this personal!
I'll show no mercy.
my fellow hunters!
And welcome back to Capcom Fighters for another decadent day of Street Fighter. And today, David, today is the day that we crown a champion for CPT South America West. And along with that crown comes an invitation to Capcom Cup, the almighty golden ticket. So it has been an amazing top 16 so far. I am Ringe, of course. This is Ultra David, and I can't wait to get in the top 8.
Yesterday, we started with 8 players from Argentina. We had 6 players from Chile. We had 2 players from Peru. Of course, we've whittled it down to half of what we started with. And now there are only 3 from Argentina remaining. Ooh, there's 1 from Peru, and Chile has the most at 4.
Yo.
So shout outs to the Chileans for really keeping things up. Argentina fell off a little bit between the 2 days, but nevertheless, we have a ton of strong players remaining. Let's take a quick look at the bracket. You can see from yesterday what we saw. Again, you can look on the left side of each of those players there and see Chile, Argentina, Peru, etc. You can see exactly where all the players were from, but you can also see what we ended up with on the right side there. That's looking at the top 8 winners.
Yeah, a whole lot of dominant performances in that top 16 winners side, right? Dookie with the 2-0, Chaos with the 2-0, Young Ho with the 2-0. Only one that was really close was the sparring partners between Shaka and Frozen. And no surprise, considering how close that set was, that Frozen in the losers bracket was able to progress and then make it in the top 8 as well.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, I thought that was a very interesting match. We talked about it quite a bit, Frozen versus Shaka. That was maybe the most interesting one of the day, as tends to happen when you have 2 players who are closely matched and who know each other so well. Here's a little look at what happened in losers side. There were some other really fun ones here. Lots of 2-1s, some really close matches, some matches that contained interesting adaptation. We saw a bunch of different characters as well. We were very good on character diversity yesterday.
And what's cool is that we saw 7 of those 8 players that started in top 16 winners actually make it into the top 8. Rodrigo was the sole competitor that started in top 16 losers, was able to overcome both his matches, defeating Self Cool in another very close set to make it in. So I definitely like his brand of Colleen. He was bringing the V-Trigger 1. Then they had some interesting setups, like the command throw to close the round as well. Got to keep that in mind. So yeah, just excited to see the play today because yesterday was definitely hot, heavy, and full of action.
His path, Rodrigo, as we mentioned yesterday, it began in loser's side, effectively. He lost his very first match in this tournament, and he's been marching all the way through ever since. Question is whether that will continue today, or was it just the momentum he had yesterday? I don't know. We'll have to see what happens. So there's a look through the top 16, and then as a result, the top 8, we have Dookie versus Chaos. We have Shaka versus Young Ho. Those are winners' sides. And then in loser's side, Kenshiro versus Darlon, and then Frozen versus Rodrigo, 18.
Most definitely is. It's going to be good matches all the way through, of course. I'm looking forward to our winner's side of the bracket. Kenshiro and Darlon also giving us the Akuma mirror. A little bit of a throwback, peek into seasons past. But yeah, both of these players, or I should say all of these players that are in this top 8, have been playing elite level Street Fighter. We saw yesterday so many of them dominated their way into this winner's bracket. I think Shaka and Young Ho definitely 2 to look out for. Luckily for the other side of the bracket, they're going to be putting one or the other into the loser's side before winners finals. However, Chaos and Dookie look sharp as well. So, I mean, it's really open game for anybody. I'd favor Shaka, but I will not be surprised if anybody from this winner's side ends up taking it.
You know what's very interesting about this region is that although many of the players that we expected to make it into the top 16 did so, not everybody did.
Yeah.
And one of the best-known players from South America, Picaro, from South America West, I should say, didn't make the top 16. He entered and, in fact, ended up being eliminated a few positions before the top 16, which I think really speaks to the strength of this region, right? We've seen Picaro really perform well on an international stage in the past, and the South American stage is plenty strong. It's clearly plenty strong to be able to prevent him from making the top 16 here.
Yeah, and it's cool because it's kind of been across generations of South American players that we've gotten to, right? We saw a lot of players that were in like their early 30s, their late 30s, and then their early 20s, right? So it's definitely cool to see that South America is continuing the fighting game boom out there and have only improved so far. And of course, everybody's going to be trying to play their best today because that $5,000 is on the line for the top 4 prize pool. So everybody is going to be competing for that Capcom Cup spot in addition to some ducats going in their pockets.
That's right. Yep, that's what we're looking for all throughout this Capcom Pro Tour. The top half of the tournament today, of course, will get in that prize pool, but what they really want is going to be that spot in Capcom Cup.
The golden ticket.
Later on. Yeah, that's right. That's going to be big. We continue to work our way through. We have a lot more of the CPT remaining, but hey, for these guys, this is their one chance through the CPT side to get through. Of course, there's also World Warrior to talk about. We'll talk about that later. But this is a major way to make it happen. So the first one that we're going to have, first match will be UB Dookie versus BLK Chaos.
Yes, I'm a big fan of seeing players play the Ed, and that's what we get from Chaos Rival. These players just turning 30 as well, so nice little bit seasoning here, but still in their younger half of life. And we got M. Bison and Ed, 2 characters, like we said before, and a little bit of a lore matchup. Kind of Ed taking up the mantle of the new Shadowloo, but will Chaos kind of reign over Dookie today? I don't know, man. Bison, very good character on the ground, can kind of put a stop sign in a lot of Ed's pressure, but I don't know. It'll be interesting.
Look, both of these guys have definitely had lots of experience in getting into big events. We were talking yesterday about a recent online event that happened in South America, Hadoken 10th anniversary. Dookie got 5th there. Back in 2021, the CPT, Chaos got 5th there. Dookie was just outside of the top 8. He was at 9th. So again, these are 2 experienced players.
Indeed, and we have a quote from one of our players ready. It's going to be Chaos. Let me see what he has to say today. My rival is one of the strongest I have played here in South America. Dookie is a clear candidate to win the CPT, and I will give everything to continue advancing. I am very happy to be in the top 8 again.
Yeah, I think that's really cool. You know, you got to give props. You have to not underestimate your opponent, and at the same time, make sure that you're going to give everything that you are prepared as possible, and I definitely expect that from him.
Yeah, I appreciate him speaking from the heart. It sounded like definitely just playing it cool, right? Like letting everybody know that I respect my opponent. I'm here in top 8. I'm thankful for that. I think he's got a good mindset, a healthy one for sure. Not trying to play too many mind games going into it. Just trying to play his game the best he can.
There you go. And as for Dookie, he says, it seems to me a top 8 with a high level. Chaos is a great player, very strong, but I will give everything to reach the final. So similar sentiments there.
All right, yeah, everybody knows that they're going to have to bring their triple S tier game today because it is the day we are going to crown a Capcom Cup qualifier. So it's going to be no joke. Dookie and Chaos is what's going to start it off. Again, Bison versus Ed. Both characters are going to be strong on the ground, have a great forward advancing moves as well, right? Yeah. On both sides, like the scissor kick, as well as just some of his moves like the down forward fierce. And then on the other side of Ed, we have the flicker stance, the charge fierce. So definitely a lot of ways to toy with your opponent at a lot of ranges. And then Bison has the Devil's Reverse, kind of bait out some of those up kicks. It could definitely be a very methodical, like manipulating type matchup.
We were talking a bunch about Ed yesterday and how strong he is. He's definitely a very strong character. The fact that he gets to turn flicker into knockdowns now is very effective. And at the same time, this dude on the left, Bison, they keep buffing this guy. I feel like they've buffed him for like 5 straight years. It's not categorical buffs, right? There's some nerfs along the way, but he's definitely very strong as we come into the first match of the day here on the Street Fighter Duel stage.
Yeah, it feels like they were like 4-frame button to start with. We'll make up for that for the rest of the game's lifespan, right? Like, holy smokes. They already landed the down forward fierce. That's one of the buttons we talked about. And there's a little bit of an Aaron hit confirmed there. Yeah, already slowly working Chaos towards the corner. That EX Cycle Blast, such a good projectile as well.
There was some chatter on the interwebs about which was the best EX move in SF5, and that definitely got some votes. EX Blast.
It's so good, man. Definitely. These like slow-moving projectiles that go across the screen. I know a lot of people feel the same way about Dawson Fireball.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, the chip, the great life, something that Bison has always been very prominent at as well. Whittle him down, and those are one of those special moves. You can just bust them out at any moment. Walk back, kind of manipulate your opponent into going forward. But right now, this is Dookie working the corner all day, every day, grinding 24/7. Filling his pockets with W's. I like it.
It was an entirely grounded round. Chaos never went to the sky. Dookie had total control on the ground. You can see Chaos back off to try to get some space, as he does again here, but he's going to need to move forward eventually.
Yeah, I haven't seen the roundhouse. Oh, that's another move that brings Ed slightly forward. It has some low crush properties as well. But right now, Dookie has mainly been sticking to those mid-type games, right? He hasn't been pulling out the crouch medium kick a lot, so not a lot of opportunities for a low crush.
Backing off there was Chaos, maybe looking for scissors or the like. There it is.
Oh, yeah. He got hit with that last round, right? So he's definitely showing some respect to the bust-out potential of Bison. Oh, and the flicker. You whiff something, and the flicker just immediately deletes that space that you want to take up.
We got trigger 2. It's not. Oh, wow. Sudden interruption. The 3-frame came out to play.
Oh, actually traded on that as well. Put a little bit more damage on him. You still can't go nowhere. Plus frames, and that's why Chaos is backing up.
Chaos would love to activate. I don't know if he's going to get the chance. No!
Ooh, and that was not a full combo. Just caught him trying to do something after the restand once again. Good stuff from Dookie, staying persistent, not letting him have like a gap to press a button or jump, anything like that, right? It's like, if you're going to reversal out of that situation, you got to commit to a full EX.
We did see some neutral jumps there from Ed. He's trying to get on top of scissors and that kind of stuff, maybe on Psycho X. But as far as jumping forward, as far as moving forward himself, it was more about him trying to take advantage when Bison moved in. Here's some forward movement. This is something I'm happy to see.
Yeah, right. He definitely let Dookie kind of control the pace, control the space a lot of the time in that last game. So, I was going to say, with the ability of Ed, you could definitely challenge a little bit heavier. He was trying to wind up for that V-skill, but it got shut down.
And Dookie... Oh, really? Jump?
I know, right? We've seen such a grounded approach, and now Dookie taking to the skies multiple times in a row, dashing afterwards, punching the V-shield. Excuse me, the V-skill.
Okay, so Chaos finally does have trigger. We haven't seen it yet. No, I don't know if we're going to get a chance here again.
Yeah, the raw activate. Trying to look to confirm into it in some way, and that's exactly what he wanted. The big roundhouse. Breaking the glass here. Can we break some hearts? The hearts of the Dookie fans in the chat. Oh, more glass being broken. I can hear the cards crumbling. Oh my goodness, great defense from Dookie though. Staying disciplined, staying solid. Waited till he saw the backup and then pressed the crouch medium punch. Not easy to do.
Okay, starting out now with a little bit more activity is Chaos. We saw a jump last time. Here's finally the prediction he's been looking for. Spend bar on it. Oh no!
Yikes, still good damage, but could get a heavier reward and a beautiful whip punch from Dookie. Side switch on top of it. Then you got caught whiffing. Not good.
No, it's definitely looking bad here for Chaos. Activation already? Too far. Look, his mobility has actually been amazing as Bison. He's been outside of ranges so consistently.
Y'all want to see? Oh my goodness! And we've seen that multiple times now, where he winds up for the V-skill and gets interrupted with crouch medium kick. Not letting him start any type of game. Again, taking the cornerback for himself. Psycho Blast after that. The jab just staying so solid with the pressure. Chaos has a chance though. Nah, never mind. I lied to all of you.
There's so many good decisions on Dookie's side. Yeah. Again, like his getting outside of Ed's options. He's like backing off himself. He's been outside of the snatch range a couple of times at this point, which is not that easy for such a slow walk speed character. He does have all the other mobility options he needs, and he's making great use of them. But also, I love his interruptions. That, at the very end, was a great example with the interruption on his 3-frame. He did quick rise into it. Yeah. Probably the case that Ed was looking for the back tech. So he's just making a ton of great decisions in range, in offense, and in defense as well.
So also Chaos maybe utilize that V-skill from a longer distance, maybe even play with the charged fears. Some of these longer range options that he hasn't used yet, but my goodness, we don't need to get any longer range when we're up close in the corner. We'll try to shimmy him, but Dookie not biting. Oh, the air-to-air goes in Bison's favor, and now we activate. Man's trying to grip him up. On a command grab.
Patience there just in case of the follow-up. Ooh, what? What a wild combo. Shouts to Cass for being ready.
The situational awareness on 100.
Round 2. Fight.
Chaos obviously has a long way to go here. Oh my goodness, and the stomp. He's coming through from the long range. And that was something I was going to bring up earlier, is that the jab pressure from Dookie too. You've seen him do multiple. I think that's to kind of catch the slow start of a EX reversal.
Yeah, that's definitely a pain point for Ed. The reactions have been there for Dookie. Jump back, dash back. He's gotten out of almost all of those.
Yeah, the V-skill has just proved ineffective due to Dookie's reactions. The perfect spacing on that crouch medium kick again.
Okay.
Finally.
Oh, still gets punished.
Wow. He breaks him in the corner. A throw or a stand medium kick away from death. And Dookie now on set point.
It's come quickly.
Yeah, it definitely has. Dookie been very in control. Chaos showing signs of life in this game, but still hasn't been able to solve the puzzle.
Dookie backdashes. One of the rare jump forwards that we've seen.
Oh, not ready.
Ooh. Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of dash forward either. Oh, nice challenge after the Psycho Blast, though, recognizing not as close as you may think.
Here we go. Yeah, that's what he missed earlier.
Getting warmed up, good with the combos now, but walking forward into another person's space. Not the way to go about it.
Into not much. Okay, the challenge comes. We are seeing a lot more effective challenges. Dookie's still there with his own challenges, though. Yeah. Follow up, and this time Chaos looks for it. Rush counter.
Yeah, caught Dookie trying to start up, but another drop combo. That's big drops from Chaos. Oh, no!
Wow, that got real wild at the end. Chaos could have killed, then Dookie could have killed.
Oh, man.
Luckily for Chaos, he ends up getting it, but that was extremely close.
Way too close for comfort right there, yeah. I mean, just as I was saying that Chaos looked like he settled down a little bit, started hitting his combos towards the end when his life was on the line. Some drops, some scrambles ensued. But definitely a good clutch G right there. He ended up checking the dash towards the end, which we saw him fail at earlier. So even in the clutch, making some adjustments. Trying to manipulate the ground a little bit more with that V skill. It's a little bit of damage right there, but without meter, I don't think he could actually follow up with anything that will reach.
Yeah, great interruptions coming here from Chaos. He's actually made the V skill work a couple times.
Ooh, yeah, there it is again. Dash up, presenting some different options. Yeah, the flicker harassment.
Aye! Great movement by Dookie. He knew exactly what was coming.
Oh, finally trying to wind up with the Fierce. Ends up getting interrupted, and the Psycho Blast shuts down the EX Fireball. Oh, no. Chaos tried the super kick, got scissor kicked for it.
The bravery there, he was almost stunned.
I can't believe it. They're fighting for his life. He's able to side switch as well. Let's go, can all come crumbling down. A couple of throws. Oh, the guard break.
Still stuck. What a specific call out. Looking for a jump, maybe looking for that to come earlier.
I was going to say, I think he had the right idea, but it ended up Dookie being a little late with it, threw him off. Damn, that was, I really do think he was calling out the EX Stomp. This is a good, nice backdash afterwards. Guys coming through with some answers here. Yeah. That restand has been a problem. Oh, no.
Oh, lovely escape.
There's the extension off the flicker. Got another bar to do it to him, too.
Oh,
nice. Yeah, that was a command throw, so real heavy recovery on that.
There have been so few of those.
Yeah, backdash becoming in clutch this round, interrupting the Psycho Crusher as well.
Let's go.
We need Psycho Power with Psycho Power, but those challenges from Dookie been so on point. And the EX reversal once again. Chaos starting to find his moments where he can poke between the gaps. Earlier we saw the jab pressure kind of baiting it out, but now he's waiting till he commits to some heavier buttons.
Oh man, that is always tricky.
Again, the Psycho Blast shutting down the Fireball attempt. So good from that.
Well, at least he got something there.
Yeah, I guess they didn't have the charge ready because of the side switch on the V reversal.
Anti-air, yeah. And then pressure up close. It's Chaos, spin bar. He's got Oki in the corner.
Big throw tech from Dookie right there. That was the start of a lot of momentum from Chaos. And now we're back to the neutral, but a whip punish and the sweep combo. Okay.
Sick.
Blocking it out, but corner because of it.
Yeah, he was exactly looking for forward movement like that before, too, with the jump.
Uh-oh. Oh, again, though, challenging. No EX bar on either side now. Shimmy attempt unsuccessful. Dookie trying to get some range back. Looking for the slide into Psycho Crusher. Chaos almost with the punish.
Great D by Dookie. He's in trouble.
Oh, my goodness. The jump back. Try to switch up on him. He does hit. V-shift to get away. Oh, and Dookie takes the 3-1 on the Psycho Crusher trade. And we saw Chaos able to interrupt it clean earlier, right? So he tried to do it again, but that shows you how tough that situation is to deal with. And if you're not super on point, you're going to pay for it. Dookie in winners finals.
Yeah, whether Bison does it immediately or after a little bit, and the exact spacing of it. Just so many little factors that can go in there.
We're very used to seeing that happen rather than it getting beat out, right? Like in the previous round, right? So Definitely big ups to Chaos. I know he didn't want to give up that space because that was going to prevent Doogie from escaping the corner. If he was able to stuff that, he was almost all the way there. So I understand putting his life on the line for it, but didn't work out. He'll still be alive in the loser's bracket, of course, but Doogie, man, they said, Chaos said that Doogie was one of the favorites coming into this, right? Definitely hands-on to win the entire thing, and he's showing why.
Yeah, exactly right. And especially as that started, he really started out like a buzzsaw. He had so many different and strong options that he was bringing out. As it went on, we certainly saw more strength from Chaos. I feel like sometimes he got a little ahead of himself. I think that look for the up snatch was an example. Yeah. And he, you know, you got to challenge, right? You can't not challenge. But in this situation here, as we're going to see, like, that's just a very risky spot to try to challenge.
Exactly, yeah. Life on the line, set on the line. Chaos, he was just trying to make sure that all the momentum stayed on his side, but it was a scary situation. Paid for it in the end, however, still be alive. He's going to be facing the winner of Frozen and Rodrigo when we drop down to the loser's bracket. But right now, we got to decide who's going to face Doogie in that winner's finals between two of our top competitors, Shaka and Young Ho.
I totally agree with you on saying that these are two of the top competitors. Yeah, I think Shaka comes into this very strong. He got 4th at that Hadoken tournament that I've been talking about. Young Ho got 7th. Yep. He also got 5th at the last CPT in South America West. Young Ho's already beaten Self Cool. Shaka's already beaten Frozen. Two of the stronger players that we have here. So yeah, I absolutely think coming into this are a couple of the favorites, and I think I would say in particular, maybe based more on, you know, character than anything else, I really like Shaka's positioning in this event. Now, whoever wins this is going to have to play against Doogie, whose dictator is going to be effective against both of these. But nevertheless, in this match, yeah, I think Shaka's coming into this with a great position.
Most definitely, that Dawson has been terrorizing the Street Fighter community, really. A lot of people have been falling victim to it. Young Ho, on the other end, is going to have a tough time with that birdie, right? Big old herb box, big body life. And because of that, it's going to be easy for Dawson to kind of snipe some limbs and whatnot. However, if birdie can get in, start the shenanigans a little bit, it'll definitely be a table turn scenario. However, I want to hear how Young Ho feels about this going into it, considering he is rocking that birdie.
Yesterday, his fact about himself was that I enjoy classical music and philosophy. And here he follows up. I know Shaka loves asceticism, Dawson, but this is going to be a Dionysia festival. Birdie, referencing the ancient Athenian, as you know, the ancient Athenian festival of Dionysus, which included a very popular contest of playmaking.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think they got that in Hades, right? Something like that.
Absolutely right. Yeah.
Okay,
of course, Aeschylus took a few of those. As you know, Sophocles took some of those. You guys know. Everybody knows about that. So he's coming into this as the kind of player who both wears that as his picture and plays birdie, and is also talking about asceticism and Dionysus, and it's just quite a combination.
Yeah,
I'm a big fan.
Big save, honestly. Peek behind the curtain. I was going to say the quote, but I was like, oh, I said the last one, so I'm going to give it to David. Good thing I did, because I wasn't going to know how to say asceticism straight up. So, yeah, that worked out.
It all worked out. Here we go. Birdie and Dawson. Now, I do think that Dawson does well in this, but I also don't think that it's a blow-up at all. Birdie just has such damage, especially when he has trigger going. He's just such a scary character. And he does have the ability to have armor with things like Forward Fierce. He can get through projectiles or just try this out sometimes. So he's definitely got a lot to say in this match. And it's a matchup that we've seen a lot, actually. If you watch the Caribbean players and you see two of the best out of DR who happen to be related to each other, and one of them happens to be a Capcom Cup champ, we've seen this matchup a lot.
Yeah, big ups to Louis Man and Mena RD. And then we got the plus frames, immediate tech throw. And yeah, you can see Birdie off to an early lead. Oh, and if he can get cans off, it definitely can prevent Dawson from doing a lot of limb pressure, but it's all about getting that can off in the first place.
Yeah, you got to be outside of the limb range, which is easier said than done. But now that that trigger 2 is ready to go, any of those fierces is going to be a ton of damage, and it's going to be pressure after.
Yeah, that's why he keeps looking for it. You see Shaka showing the respect of it as well, trying to stay outside that range, even letting him get a can off because of it. And that's kind of the trade-off of activating V-Trigger 2. That's what allows Birdie some freedom.
Trying to stay on top, the risk of the approach.
Yeah, like the low profile on the jab right there. Oh, nice job interrupting before the second hit could come out.
That was actually rad. Yeah, I love that.
See, Shaka looks very ready for this matchup as well. Ooh, stuffs him with the EX. And Ho still got that V-Trigger 2 active, but man, did Shaka play around it so well.
Shaka did a great job at letting that trigger 2 go down. The timer was like halfway down.
Yeah. He just stayed out of Sand Fierce range that whole time. Yeah, reads the chain perfectly. Ooh, and they're just putting out the crouch pierce, excuse me.
I do like that Young Ho's mixing up whether he does back roll or whether he does quick tech. Really important against Dawson. Oh no, this is trouble.
Nice. He's up getting the landing punch as well. V-Trigger 2 to keep him close, but V shifted away. No hugs here. Okay, now my man's is littering. Let's go.
Still there.
Yes.
Oh no, that's so dangerous.
The reversal off. Wants to get that space back. Still has that V-Trigger 2 ready. Good defense, but just as I say that, cracks. And the jump. Hadn't really been doing it, but Shaka's still ready for it, right? And that's what we talked about, the power of the EX Fireball. You just put it out there, set up shop. When their opponent has so little life like that, it's almost a checkmate.
Yeah, if that had been instead like a teleport into pressure, it might have been that Jump Strong could have beaten it. So it's just a wheel of options, right? It's a wheel of options that Dawson tends to have a little advantage on. But if you get him, especially out of teleport in this season, as you saw earlier, he gets to float, right? The opponent gets to float him. Very, very damaging potential.
Oh, Miguel coming through, harassing nice and early. So a very good option, but we're going to armor through the limbs. Good interruption on the Dolphin. See again, Shaka showing some exemplary knowledge in the matchup.
Gets punished, but Young Ho's cool with that. He just needs to get that big chance, that damage.
He wants it all, doesn't get the teleport check. If only it was Arturo setup.
Got him in time. Oh, that's so great. Those interruptions are so good.
Oh, and perfectly spaced right there as well. However, Birdie has the chance. This is what we talked about, the grappler's chance. Oh, but no. Sometimes you're a little bit too thirsty for it. We saw Shaka avoid it last time, and that V-shift, oh, ever so important.
He hasn't needed to have up-close defense very often, but when he's needed it, he's been there.
Yo, went right over the stage.
He's gonna have to be there again.
Yo! Okay, it's still Birdie's time. Yeah, he's going to get some space back now, but a hefty life lead to prevent Dawson from just playing back. Oh, no. Noise catches the teleport away.
Yeah, Shaka was not looking for the EX of that.
My goodness.
The other side?
Yeah, the EX Fireball. He just gets all that space back now because he wants to stay outside that Stand Fierce range.
You don't get those for free.
Oh, you're going to trade right there, and he still had to block the Fireball. Such a shame. That was very dangerous for Shaka. Got the trade before the chain could command grab him though.
Shaka's just waiting for that red bar on the bottom left to go down. That's what he wants.
Oh, yo, that was sick! Launched him to the ground. Ah, the tick command grab this time instead of the raw version. Well done from Young Ho.
Young Ho's doing a great job at playing outside of Dawson's range. Trying to anyway, playing outside of Dawson's range.
And I really love the fact that he called out like the air movement from Dawson in that last version because there was no EX Fireball, right? So you couldn't EX Fireball on a teleport to get out of that corner like you normally would.
Here we go. Early. Whoa, wow.
Oh my goodness.
Oh boy, that was heavy fireball. All right, sorry, heavy flame. It is pressure. And that Stun's in trouble. Stun's in big trouble. Could be overhead low for the stun.
Oh, nice, cool, calm, and collected punish from Shaka right there. Just floating back, knowing that the birdie hit wasn't going to connect and punishing for the stun afterwards. Mans looks in control.
Yeah, he has, I think, had really good series of control. Like I said, I like that we're seeing Young Ho try to play outside of Dawson's range. Worst thing you can do against Dawson is be in a predictable spot. Just be at the same spot where Dawson knows you're going to be. That is the worst case. So the fact that Young Ho's done a great job at being in and out, right, trying things that Birdie has. Forward Fierce, the EX to try to get in, the chain to try to blow up what if Dawson... Exactly right there. All that stuff has been really important in making it so Shaka's not sure what's coming next.
Yeah, definitely did a good job veering up a lot of the offense and finally taking advantage of a slight execution error. You see, Shaka's priority, just always trying to stay at the neutral. Anytime Young Ho gets close, does whatever he can to get some space back. Gets him right in the shins, the steel toes.
Ooh. Really like button timings out of Young Ho.
Oh! Got hit out of it, then just went right back to the well. Oh, the comboing off the can. Good awareness here. We're in the corner, but again, all these raw command grabs have been read. The V-ship just gets him out.
The low one suddenly from so far.
Oh, I like it. This time he's got to catch him in the feet. The ankle bracelets, expose him. Good stuff from Young Ho here. Putting himself on the board for the round at the very least. Jumps out of that mix-up.
Yeah, not too much Sim can do to punish at max range of that. Only the light.
Yeah, so we'll take that damage to avoid any type of a weird scenario.
Yeah, the benefit, the payoff of that is definitely worth it.
Just the V-trigger active again. Now, yeah, he wants to get in that stand fierce range. Ooh, but Shaka being very active defensively, but a slight miss based on the drill.
Oh, the choice there. Even though that was minus for Birdie, I like that Shaka got his opponent away from him. The priority of just getting back to range. Yep, punish.
Yeah, he is fishing for the chain, trying to catch him going in twice, but instead the EX Fireball and the teleport is time to guess. And unfortunately for Young Oh, that results in a set point for Shaka.
Yeah, very long road here for Young Oh.
Oh my goodness, point blank threw it on his feet.
Choosing to have the far end.
Yeah, I guess. Oh,
punished. Yeah, you get the juggle. You can do 6 up there.
Double time on the crouch medium punch. Oh my goodness, and a bullhorn coming out trying to get something started. So and then absorbs the slide. Big move from Young Ho. Yeah,
nice escape. Not too bad.
Ooh. The
Shaka's in trouble.
Timings. Nice. It's the crouch jab, keeping it nice and meaty right there. And we've seen Shaka commit to a lot of things to avoid meaty scenarios, right? Usually the V shift, but I think he didn't have that available at the time. So good stuff. Stay in meaty. I like the adjustment regardless. And Young Oh definitely had some better button press timings, had some big chains that ended up coming through. I like it.
A lot of these interactions that they've had have just been, you know, guesses. Obviously, they both know all the wheels of options. And I don't know that there needs to be, or that there even is, like a change in strategy or something. It's just in one moment you happen to guess right and in another not. And in that game, Young Ho got a lot more right.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's been close enough to where, like, just some slight interactions that can go either way is really what's determining your W's.
Yeah, and Birdie can be so volatile, of course.
Yeah. Let's see, Young Ho. I did like the can usage towards the early part of the last round earlier. See if he tries to bring that out again. Ooh, a little bit too far that time. He was trying to catch a limb.
Okay, so as soon as he has it, Young Ho's directly into trigger. Yeah, there have been no challenges after that. It's not like Birdie's plus, but he's got a spacing trap right there, and Shaka wants nothing to do with it.
Oh, yeah, not pressing a button. He's not going to get anti-air by that back medium punch, but still. Actually teleporting out of the corner, giving Young Ho a chance. Does get the anti-air for the knockdown. Oh, catches the backdash recovery. I like it. Still though, back to the space. V-reversal immediately from Shaka, of course. That's how he escaped the corner every time. Ah, reaching. It's tough, though, because that was a strike throw for kill scenario. Just a 50-50 in that instance.
So match point again for Shaka. Trying to maintain this range. And back to a comfortable spot. He's trying to get there anyway. Yeah, close enough. Nice.
Every option is shutting down Young Ho right now. Mans has to dig deep. Stun bar also depleting now. He's got some space to breathe. Tried to punish on the landing, but just short.
I think he was looking for that. I think that's what the Fierce was about, but Shaka got the win on that interaction. Prioritizing anti-air, I love it.
Definitely in that situation, willing to take the trade. Oh, and the last second reacts. And not only did he react, jump out of it, but punishing by hitting the jump medium kick on the way out. Very well done from Shaka.
And that was enough, because if that had not been, if Birdie had been alive there, man, Dawson takes forever to land, even on hit in that situation. So shout outs to Shaka for being sure about that. And he just made so many great decisions. His spacing was great. The avoiding of a lot of these interactions I thought was great too. Again, he never challenged directly after the EX from Birdie, which again is minus, but he's at a range where Dawson's buttons like don't really interact very well.
Yeah.
And worst case would be if Birdie were to get like something like down fierce or stand strong into even more business on a whiff punish. So he just got out of there. He V-reversaled. Again, even though Young Ho might have been minus in some of these situations, Shaka just wanted to get the space again. So I really like that he prioritized that stuff.
Yeah, it's funny. Sometimes when we see V-reversals in negative frame situations, we kind of related to either unfamiliarity or a player having a lot of nerves, right? They're nervous, they want to get the opponent off them, even if it's a negative frame scenario, and they can take their turn. However, Shaka always looked cool, calm, collected. Even when he did that, right, it was all about prioritizing that win condition space. He just always wanted to get into that spot where Dhalsim was being a menace to Birdie and had all the answers, could properly use an EX Fireball to escape the corner every time his back was even in danger of getting close to there. So yeah, just expert play in the matchup overall.
So that's what our winners finals will be. UB Dookie versus GS Shaka 22. Of course, it's going to be a little while till we get to that. We got to get the losers. You can see what round 1 looks like. We know about some of what round 2's going to contain in loser's side as well. Still a ton of great matches to come.
Most definitely. And you know what's still to come? Street Fighter Duel, the authorized mobile game from Capcom. It's download available in China, but the global version is what's going to be coming soon. Fight along with Ryu, Chun-Li, and Ken against the Suzaku Castle, further into the Shadowloo City, explore the mysterious organization, experience the classic stories with all your fighters, and recall your memories of the original Street Fighter. Your Street Legend is now back on track with counter stunts, combos, supers, all the fighting elements and associated combos you want in the new battle experience. The epic legend is reborn on mobile. Download Street Fighter Duel now and let's fight for each other and join the journey with millions of players to become the best fighter and put the costumes in Street Fighter 6.
Something else you can join, and I hope you do, is the World Warrior series of events that are going on right now. Some of them are already happening, but there's a lot more to come. You can check out more at CapcomProTour.com. This is another way to qualify for Capcom Cup. So, of course, you are watching the traditional CPT right now, South America West. Whoever wins this will get into Capcom Cup. But through a series that is being offered in all these different regions that you can find in CapcomProTour.com, you can also get in that way. It's a longer process, but it's very, very well worth it. So head over to, again, CapcomProTour.com for details. Check out what's going on in your region and sign up. Well, we have seen the beginning of this top 8. We've seen the winner's side. Again, we got a lot more to go through, especially in loser's side, and we'll have that after this quick break.
Time to fight, time to fight. Never give up, we won't retreat. The ones who stand have turned to defeat. So fight, time to fight. Glory waits for those who fight. We unite, we are Street Fighters.
When you go looking for strength, it's not like a game. This journey doesn't have a real ending. Okay then, hope you're ready to begin. If you want to start off on the right foot in this city, hit the streets.
Yeah, hey there, I do this. Never fear losing. And when I get up in the game, y'all be improved. A real problem, but I solve them all facts proof. And if you think I'm going forward, then you talking fool. Yeah, y'all wanna win, let me spin, boy. Or dunks aside, I'm super fly like I'm hanging off the rim, boy. I've been winning for my kinfolk, and I put on for my city from the intro. Fight!
It started from the ground up, training getting wound up, channeling it in itself and moving up and down, crossing over, passing around, I'm on the time to count and keep score. 30 years I never thought it crossed before. When I get out on my knees, I got it digging it deep. I feel like I'm on the block, it really has got me. Actions I with the wind, no goodbyes, and you just let it get. I'm riding up scheming, riding and dreaming. Once I get the feeling,
The top player is here.
Let me have some fun.
Ready? Then show me.
This will be a good fight.
if you wanna come and stand up to me, pull up on me now. If you wanna challenge, tell me what you wanna go me now. I'm on the road to the top and I'm not looking back. I'm on the road to the top and I'm not looking back.
fighters have to strike out on their own.
Let's do this.
Welcome back to the CPT South America West. I mentioned earlier that although Argentina had started out with so many players in the top 16, they're down to 3 in this top 8. However, at least 2 of those are going to be in the top 3, having seen what happened in winners' side. So shout out to those 2 for moving on into winners' finals, but we're going to head down to losers' side. My name's Ultra David, with me, Ringe.
What's good, everybody? Yes, indeed. Dookie versus Shaka is going to be that winners finals that we're going to get to in a little bit, because first we got some business to handle in the losers bracket side of things. Again, this is going to be the last chance for these participants in the lower side of the bracket. Kenshiro versus Darlon is going to be starting it off, then a Frozen versus Rodrigo. But we're going to start with talking about that Akuma mirror. We're going to see who really reigns supreme with the Dark Hado.
Yeah, this is a really interesting one, and rare that we see it, assuming that they do go for the mirror. I guess we'll see if that happens. But our expectation is, yeah, definitely that it will be that way. Of course, Akuma has an interesting history in SF5. He was one of the strongest in the game for seasons, for a couple of seasons at least. And now for the last couple seasons, I don't think anybody would tell you that he's among the strongest. Still an effective character, if he's the character that you want to play. Still definitely capable of taking big events. He's no longer like that top-level juggernaut that he was in the past. So it's interesting to come across an Akuma mirror in the top 8. It's just not something you see very often.
Yeah, right, because I think Akuma's kit just naturally lends himself to being pretty viable throughout the course of a game's lifespan. They really have to kneecap him to make sure that he doesn't keep seeing these top 8s and whatnot. So I'm glad to see both of these players have stuck with their character, and we're going to hear from Kenshiro and Darlon, of course, before we get into this. But let me see what Kenshiro has to say first for the Akuma mirror. I never thought to be in the top 8. Making top 16 already felt like a winner, and I hope I can win my first fight in the top 8.
That's cool. That's cool. Yeah, I mean, good luck to him, of course. When it came to the top 16, he was our very first match of the day yesterday versus Dookie, and that did not work out for him. Of course, Dookie's still in winner's side.
Yeah.
So he's, that is to say, Kenshiro certainly wants to take this. Ultimately, he did, of course, to make it into the top 8. He beat Salvatore in doing so. He was a very strong player himself. And as far as Darlon, what he had to say is that he thinks this top 8 that is coming looks very difficult for my main. That's his view.
Okay.
I hope to be able to advance to the end with him and let him rest. It only remains to be serene and have a little luck. Interesting.
All right, yeah. Definitely knows that he's got a mountain of work ahead of him, right? Starting in the loser's bracket, he's going to be playing additional matches as well. Going up against Kenshiro to start, a player that's also playing his main character, so it's going to be real tough to get any shenanigans or exploit any knowledge gaps in the matchup. Of course, that is, again, as you mentioned, we're assuming the mirror happens. A lot of players don't like playing the mirror. Yeah. A lot of players end up training up a character specifically so they don't have to play the mirror. This could be the case in one of these two players' instances, but we're going to find out shortly when we get into the fight. Oh, nah. Unless you want to count Cyber Akuma as a
he's a different guy. Yeah. Yeah, this is the character that has so many options that I feel that a mirror match still lets you play your own unique style. It's not like he is hamstrung by himself. He's just got a ton going on.
Yeah, exactly right. You could really tell. He's one of those characters that I think it's kind of easy to spot who's playing it even without the name tag a lot of the time with the prominent Akumas, just because there's so much creative expression on the character. And we already see Kenshiro. We talked about the knowledge between these two. They're going to be able to exploit those like common block strings and whatnot via like V skills. And you can see Kenshiro maybe being a little bit overzealous with it there.
But this is exactly what I mean, that when it comes to a mirror match between a character like this, you get to see who's playing, you know? You're definitely seeing Kenshiro have his style. Right now it's not being effective. Darlan's is, but they have clearly their two different choices about how to approach this.
Exactly. You can see it from round one, from the get-go, right? Kenshiro being very active, moving around a lot, fishing with the V skills, trying to catch Darlan off guard, while Darlan a little bit more of a grounded, slower pace style of Akuma.
Yeah. Some risks from Kenshiro, the parry, the DP.
Wow. Yeah, DP, as soon as he sees the demon flip come out, they set it up, put a little bit more conditioning on him before he's going to go with that. You can see, yeah, like the forward fierce. All these, haymaker shots are coming from Kenshiro's side. Like even the fierce right there gets the target combo. But then when you throw haymakers, usually all you need is one. But Darlan still aggressive. I love that walk forward block, really showing the knowledge of the range of stand medium kick.
Look, even like at the use of resources, as Darlan walks right under there. He's got super ready to go. He's going to use it. That's probably going to get Akuma down to one grab or not. Yeah, it's going to be grab or not. Oh, right. So again, look, throughout that, you could see Darlan, he saved his resources. It was grounded play. He took very, very few risks. And on the other side, the idea that Kenshiro had was to take more risks. The V skill, the DP, the approach with forward fierce, which puts him at minus, but, you know, the payoff's huge. The idea of demon flipping in, again, similar idea, right? You can pressure that way. You can bypass an uncomfortable spot. Same character, two very obviously different ways of playing.
Yeah, and Darlan, I mean, he's doing a great job reacting to all the aggression coming out from Kenshiro, right? No matter what he's kind of faced with him, he's had proper responses. We've seen the demon flips get consistently DP'd, and right there, no cross cut, but still not opened up afterwards. Very disciplined defense, and then waited until he committed to a big haymaker and punished.
Okay, maybe we're seeing more of just grounded play from Kenshiro here.
Yeah, it seems to be settling down a little bit and trying to take a page or two out of Darlan's book, but the reset even, but that is a combo on crouchers. Nice, again, the walkout, just calm. Really slightly avoiding it and then getting a full punish because of it. Darlan's responded so well. And just setting up shop here. Actually surprised he ended up risking going into that range in the first place. Kenshiro looking to make the most out of it. Frame kill with the stand light kick into a throw.
That's going to hit, yes.
Too late on the V-trigger activation. No! And too late on the DP response as well. Kenshiro, I was going to say, he's been looking for these haymakers. Usually those players have good combos. Enough to kill right there.
I think Darlan was expecting air fireball right there for his DP to get through, but that's not what came. Again, we continue to see risks. That one pays off.
Indeed, EX showing the respect of it.
The danger of that spot.
It's beautiful from Darlan right there. The good punish to get the corner carry. Red fireball behind that. That's big damage here. We are working this corner. Oh my goodness. One hit away from death and stun. And I like that. That was really the first time we've seen him come out with the demon flip, right? Demon flip palm, definitely a round ender when opponents are very low health.
EX finally works out. So does Forward Fierce.
These are big haymakers that are connected early on in the round.
What a start. Just like that, Darlan's almost out of this round.
With the EX. And yeah, not giving him too much space. Beautiful DP, though, as soon as he did give him a gap.
Yeah, I think Darlan was happy to see that flip. It's still going to be plus. Kenshiro's patient.
Again, every
walks right
time. Just walking under again, the clean punish off. Choosing to throw the Kenshiro, committing to a forward immediate activation now. Both players loaded. Just potent air fireballs, potent ground fireballs as well. He knew it was coming, but he didn't get the combo. Kenshiro, though, with the remaining V-trigger, able to kill off that. I like the idea from Darlan. He knew because the V-trigger was active, he was going to take to the skies, trying to start that offense with air fireball. And he honestly countered it well, but committing to that Tatsu afterwards just didn't work out.
Yeah, wow, how about that? It's 1-1. I'm so interested to see how this continues to go on as these players with very different styles have a clash. Remember we said yesterday, Darlan his fact about himself is that I've been teaching fighting games since 2010, right? He's been teaching, not playing, teaching fighting games since 2010. So we have a lot of experience here on his side. And I think you can really see that in the way he plays.
I was going to say, right, he plays like he teaches fighting games. Like, oh, wow. Just a straight up jab DP call out, though, on the throw attempt. However, Darlon now, I think he's getting into the mud a little bit, being aggressive with Kenshiro. And there you go. You can definitely tell he's getting antsy about it, trying to reverse him, not let him get this momentum. But my goodness, what a DP punish. On the corner again. Oh, the +2 with throw. Yeah, that's a trade. Not that great, but Darlon again, just fighting fire with fire. You get in my space, that stand medium kick coming out.
The idea there, I love it.
Yeah, that was a good call out from Kenshiro, but there it is once again, right? We saw it in the round last time, just slightly on a funky hit that didn't connect fully, but that time it does. Now Darlon get back in control.
He wanted to walk under, he seen it so consistently, but Kenshiro finally cut it off.
Yeah. Fireball.
Slow approach.
Yeah, I like this from Kenshiro. Both players now throwing more fireballs than they did before, and the slight change-up on the timing for the EX flip is really plaguing Darlon.
Reset. The forward fierce worked out perfectly. As this goes on, we're seeing more challenges out of Darlon. Now, they worked in the previous round. It began with the stand jab that he interrupted with. He did a wake-up DP. He won the round anyway, but we are seeing more of that as this goes on. I don't know if that's to his benefit.
Ooh, there we go. Finally standing close enough now to still be able to walk effectively under, chasing down with the forward fierce.
Stun could kill.
Yeah, stun imminent, honestly. Oh, okay. Whips the throw and then jabs him out of it.
Okay, he's not going to have super on this, but without corner, he can't do it. It works out anyway. Darlon 2-1.
Yeah, and that's the opportunity that the jump-in presents afterwards, right? That's why a lot of players prioritize anti-airing so heavily, is because as soon as you block a jump-in, especially with your life on the line like that, it's just a 50-50. So tried to take the throw, and it successfully did, but died for it.
There you go, Darlon with definitely some more activity in situations where he hadn't done in games 1 and 2. So some changes as the set goes on.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that he is challenging so heavily, but it's been working out.
Yeah, it has.
You know. Oh, the fireball though. Kenshiro really walking in and out of normal range right there, baiting Darlon into it. Well done. And it's the second time we've seen the call out on the raw jab DP. Yeah. Darlon, we've only seen that unsuccessful twice, but he's been so consistent otherwise.
He was waiting for it. He saw the jump over the over the fireball, I should say, before.
Yeah, exactly. Darlon,
oh, he won an instant overhead with a cheeky guy.
Ooh, yeah. Just should have bet a little bit big on that fireball attempt.
Round 2.
And now Darlon on set point. Players starting out with the crouch jab.
Oh, wow. Great knowledge of the range.
Yeah, right, that was like max range on that V-skill connecting. Ooh, just slightly late on that stand medium kick, but connecting for Darlon.
Uh-oh.
No, he can't commit to that. Darlon has not been pressing between that gap either.
Right under it again. At that range, I don't know if that's ever worked out in this set.
Yeah. Oh, responding to that with the EX Fireball. One hit at least is going to keep him quarantined in this corner at the very least.
Well, it didn't overextend, which I think is to his credit.
Yeah.
God, Kenshiro would love to block something, would love to... Okay, that gave him trigger. Here he comes. He has liked air fireball to get in. He's like demon flip to get in. Darlon knows that.
That's why he's standing at that range to where he can respond with something if he does take to the air.
Yeah, there's the shield on the way forward.
Oh, I love that him gets to the other side. Darlon trying to bring that corner back to him. He triggers up now as well. Goes forward. Oh, and then tries to reach, but Darlon really resigned himself to playing nice and safe. Saw the whiff throw come out, punishing it with the medium kick, and my goodness, textbook way to close that out.
The difference, the biggest difference in my mind between the two players there was the comfort that Darlon had at mid-range and footsies on the ground. And Kenshiro seemed to me to be less comfortable there. He wanted to bypass that. He wanted demon flip. He wanted air fireball. He wanted forward fierce. He wanted these different tools And for Darlan, the way that he got most of his damage was those overextensions. We're seeing some of them here from Kenshiro. That was a huge way. The other way was just his own walk forward, stand jab, stand medium kick. Pretty traditional footsies type stuff. Those two combined, I think, were the biggest reason that he ended up taking this.
Yeah, I would wholeheartedly agree. Kenshiro looked a little bit antsy, like during the slow rounds. He ended up cracking and committing to like the fierce target combo that's very punishable, going with the EX demon flip at these ranges where Darlan was able to consistently walk under. Yeah, it had a lot to do, I think, with just not being comfortable playing a slow ground game. But that's what's cool about Akuma, right? Is we highlighted that at the very beginning, these players being able to put so much creative expression into the character. We saw the tale of two tapes, Kenshiro. He has ways to skip neutral, right? The EX demon flip and all these nonsensical ways to get in, while Darlan was like, I'm going to chill out and respond to all those with Akuma's great kit, like the DP or the EX demon flip for the EX air fireball. So it was really cool to actually watch this, and definitely one of my favorite mirror matches in the entirety of fighting games.
So there you go. It's going to be Darlan moving on over Kenshiro. In that situation, I think Kenshiro is just looking to tech. He's expecting the opponent to grab, but he was just walking back for Darlan with that excellent walk speed that Akuma has. Darlan is going to walk forward into the match versus Young-Ho in the next round of losers. We're going to go into the first round losers match between Frozen and Rodrigo 18. These two guys come out to this from a pretty different situation. You know, Frozen, he's in loser's side, having lost only to Shaka, his training partner. They clearly knew each other very well. It was a very close set. And for Rodrigo, as we've been mentioning, he lost in his very first match in this tournament yesterday. His entire tournament since then has been in loser's side, and it's been a long one. It's been a difficult one, but he's been able to make it through. He's taken out Pertusi 77, who's the player who eliminated Picaro. Yep, and also taken out David RNR and Self Cool, so a couple of strong players in doing so. Here's a look at their different spots that they come at. Look at this 21 versus 38. I love it.
Yeah, one of them could be the son of the other, honestly. That's definitely a big difference right there in age bracket. But like we said, that's what's dope about the South American scene. We're seeing players from all generations coming out and showing out. Frozen rubbing the UB, the Younga Bunga squad, and he rocks that V-trigger too with the Nash, right? We talked about skipping neutral before. That's one of the primary tools to do so. So we're going to see how Rodrigo is going to be ready for it. It's going to be really, I think, the onus on him to stop that type of pressure. On the other end, of course, he's going to have the V-trigger, and he'll try to start his own shenanigans when we get to that point. But before we get to any action, let me hear the quote from the player.
Yeah, let's see what he has to say here in this match. He says, I think Nash destroys Colleen.
Okay.
But Rodrigo is very good, so it's going to be difficult. I appreciate the honesty in terms of the view of the character matchup. That's putting yourself out on a limb here, right?
Exactly.
Like, what if it goes terribly? You know, we'll see. But he, of course, recognizes that Rodrigo is very good, which is cool. And, you know, I looked it up on fgcombo.com. They do have a little bit of history between them. For example, in that tournament that I've been mentioning, Hadoken 10th anniversary, they played twice in both winners and losers side, and Frozen took both of those. The double jeopardy, the elimination of Rodrigo. So Frozen maybe knows what he's talking about. That's it. Both of those were 2-1.
Oh, okay. All right. So, yeah, definitely not free. I mean, it sounds exactly like what his quote kind of tells the tale of, right? Is the fact that Nash ultimately wins, but Rodrigo is good enough to make it a difficult set. So it's going to be tough. I think maybe today's the day. You know, sometimes when your tournament demons plague you for so long, when it's on that big stage, when the lights are on, when that golden ticket is up for grabs, the demons get overcome. We'll see if that's the story for Rodrigo today.
Yeah, Rodrigo said, I'm very excited for my first top 8 in a CPT. My opponent is a very strong player. I'll be very focused to make a good fight. And it's been cool to watch him as he uses this loadout still, V-Trigger 1, V-Skill 2.
Yeah, exactly. Making good use of the command grab, the V-Trigger 1 as well, just kind of pressuring his opponent into the corner. It's already been a good start here. Frozen, actually bet on the forward jump. Gets out of the corner, but almost paid for it with a stun.
Whatever else about how a matchup goes, if Rodrigo just get in and play strike throw, you know, that will beat everybody, right? Yeah. Like that's, the character matchup doesn't matter at that point. You're just playing a human match.
Exactly, and that's what he's been trying to do here. He got the corner early, but Frozen did a good job escaping, knew that that was the priority. And now just harassing with a Sobak hit, crouch medium kick's got great range as well. Sneaks in a V-skill and actually immediately pays off for it. V-Trigger 2. Oh, no, excuse me, V-Trigger 1. Not actually utilizing the V-Trigger 2 that we're used to seeing.
Yeah, he's got the escape option. As he did yesterday, Rodrigo spends it very quickly. He's got throw.
And Bellum not biting on the EX.
Yeah, they definitely have played each other before. I mean, we saw that in the stats, but just the way that they're doing stuff here, it's clearly not like Yomi option level 1.
No. Respect. Okay.
That was incredible spacing. Ay, did he get him? No!
Instead, Frozen, the one that gets him. V-Triggers out. You forgot? He got another one, too. We had already seen it once before. I didn't even realize he was sitting on a second.
V-skill power up on that scythe is there now. Better anti-air, safety on the ground.
V-Trigger tries to get into the V-break, and yeah, I like that from Rodrigo though. Walking out of the range, seeing if Frozen Wings didn't try to throw tech or anything. Behind that one, but still. Corner situation for Frozen, had that upgrade on the kick.
Yeah, plus follow up. Yeah, definitely. And he can really vary that timing on that.
Oh, damn, that's a combo? Oh, yeah, caught her right on the dome piece and then finished it off with the heels. Well done from Frozen. That's that classic dash harassment in the corner right there. Once he gets inside that range where he can kind of manipulate between Sonic Booms and Soulbot kick and crouch medium kick and then the EX sights, like a lot of it gets overwhelming.
Yeah, and again, whatever else about a matchup, once you're in the corner, especially if you have resources, a lot of characters can continue pressure, and Nash's pressure, does he do the boom follow-up or not? What does he do after? Because it's plus frames. Like, he's just got a lot of different tools in that situation.
Yeah, so it was tough for Rodrigo. He's going to have to bet big, but unfortunately did not come up successful this time. Frozen already off to a solid start, but misspaces that scythe a little bit, pays for it. But he'll be definitely very happy with the way this round has been progressing so far. Yo, the EX man, he stepped through the point blank boom. Very smart.
Yes.
And a V-Trigger has been catching people trying to take their turn a little bit early up against Rodrigo. The Soulbot going to get rid of the freeze. Don't have to worry about the stun as heavily now.
In and out gameplay from Frozen is definitely difficult for Rodrigo to deal with.
Yeah, you can see he's so frustrated by it. They try to jump right there, but still Frozen ready for that as well.
Yeah, just get out of there. For sure.
Reversal's out. Gets that space back, but still Rodrigo got to get close back all over again because he's at the life deficit. Ooh, yeah, I like that. The harassment with the side V-Trigger into overhead. My goodness.
That was tricky and definitely a stolen turn where Rodrigo could have done something, but who expects the overhead?
Yeah, exactly right. There was definitely a gap where he could have challenged, but showing the respect of Frozen that he wasn't going to give him that gap.
That huge range of, you know, what the scythe is taking up. And especially with V-Skill 2, it's not going to be like Colleen has V-Skill 1 to like kind of armor through that big mid-range option. Instead, it's going to be Frozen kind of able to get plus frames, or at least safety, depending on which one he uses it, whenever he wants.
And you punishes that view reversal and then the vanity step. I love good either. Actually just takes an install so he can take up all that space again safely. STO here. We got to get the pressure started.
This means trigger though on Frozen's side.
Yep, so you got to watch the escape. He's already done well at it.
Oh, interesting. All the way through there is super to contend with.
You gotta be careful about committing to block shoots because of that. Oh, but instead just chips her out. Very smart. The side taking a nice little chunk of chip right before the super. And with no V reversal available, that is a 2-0 lead for young Frozen.
I really like the loadout sort of in terms of fun of V-Skill 2 and in terms of pressure, but we haven't seen it yet.
No.
And having V-Skill 1 might be effective in getting through, I mean, it's a prediction, of course, but getting through things like Sobat and through Bazooka Knee and through Scythe and all these things that are coming out on the ground. Well, it's not going to go to it. It's 2-0 Frozen, so Rodrigo's locked into this.
Yeah, V-Skill 2 feels like one of those V-Skills that helps you win harder once you're already winning, right? And Rodrigo has been having a difficult time getting that life advantage, that round advantage so far. So hopefully he can find it and start getting the command grab shenanigans going. But right now, Frozen's been playing too solid. Yeah, oh, the big anti-air too. He didn't even use crouch medium punch. Scythe coming through. The V shift does get caught, but my goodness, as soon as that happens, Frozen has been holding that up forward in the corner, switching sides.
It's been so hard to get a read on what he's going to do defensively. Sometimes he's very patient, sometimes he just holds up forward, and who knows what's coming next. Got a text there. Excellent D. That's it. He's in trouble. Oh, man, it didn't actually combo on the trade. This could do it. Should do it.
He was literally a pixel away from stun as well. There was no gap between the stun bar and the end of it. So unfortunate for that to kind of escape Rodrigo's fingertips, and now Frozen on set point.
I don't have time for this.
You can tell Frozen, he's just always ready, right? He's not really letting himself get bogged down by a life deficit. You can see him very aware. Tournament-ready player for sure.
Yeah. Excellent hit confirms on that, too. Setting up the boom safely, taking up just a great amount of space.
Despite the harassment, the extra good shots that are being still installed, events that has been working out. Get you some of these fireballs, spins both. I love that V reversal to get away from the corner.
And back to where Frozen feels so comfortable. It's mid-range, half screen. He has the V skill up. You can see it's shining on the bottom right.
Yeah, on again. Yeah, so consistently hit confirming that. The scythe, harassment, EX, you don't bite, but yeah, having some of the viewers to get out right back at you.
It's going to be tough for Rodrigo. 2 hits away here is Frozen.
Oh my goodness, and the in and out signature game that we know Nash so well for, right? That dash, low to the ground, very visually deceptive, and then just walks out of the throw range to catch him flinching. Well done from Frozen. I mean, he's definitely one of our favorites to go very far in the bracket. Like we said, he lost to Shaka yesterday, who I think a lot of people are expecting to take the tournament. So definitely good stuff to him. But Rodrigo, his tournament finally comes to an end after all that work he put in. I definitely want to give him props on that. Starting the tournament pretty much in loser's bracket, as you mentioned, from that first round loss, and worked it all the way to top 8. Definitely big props to him.
But I think I could see what Frozen was talking about in terms of how he feels Nash controls that match. He just had so much control in mid-range so consistently. He was able to get back to mid-range pretty often with trigger, with V-reversal, and yeah, even with punishing there. And it just seemed very tough for Rodrigo to chase down. So I get it. Frozen with a big W, he definitely made good on what he said earlier.
Yeah, it just really felt like a lot of things like it just couldn't be contested very well, or that Colleen would have to overextend or commit more heavily than Nash did to get these W's in the neutral. Really, the only time I saw Colleen have some type of advantage was that EX Vanity step against the Fireball, but besides that, it was all Nash all the time. So big ups to Frozen. Like, when the matchup is heavily in your favor, like he considers it, that is your job, right? You go in, you try to do your 9 to 5, play the matchup first. If it gets to the point where you need to start playing the player, then you do that. But right there, Frozen, just textbook way to go about that.
I mentioned again that Argentina had only 3 in this top 8, whereas back in the top 16, it had fully half of that top 16 with 8. But those 3 continue to all move on. Look at that winners finals. They're in there. And look as well at Frozen, who moves on into second round of losers, which we'll get to in a little bit. I first just wanted to talk to you about, as I said yesterday, I'm here from the future.
My man.
Here I am. I'm finally back here. And where I am in the future, let me tell you, my friends and I are just doing all sorts of wild stuff. It feels like as we're flying around the solar system and the galaxy in our delivery vehicle, just zany things are happening all the time.
Of course.
All the time. I mean, just the other day, I was in this bizarre situation where an alien species, it turned out their young were just delicious. We were just eating their babies all over. I couldn't believe it when I found out that it was their babies, but it was. So it's just constantly the case that interesting things are happening. And yet, I make sure that I find time to play Street Fighter Duel. That's how interesting I find it in the future where I live, where it's already available. It's also already available for download in China, and the global version's coming soon, which I know, because...
Yeah, true.
I mean, there it is for me. It's soon for you guys.
No
where
matter how
I am, it's already out.
No matter how many younglings you digested,
Exactly,
you still made time to
yeah.
play some Street Fighter Duel. Yeah, all right.
Oh, they were really mad.
Well, whether you're getting it poppin' or poplin', I definitely want you to register at CapcomProTour.com for the World Warrior events that have been going down monthly around the world. You can see that's how we earn a spot at Capcom Cup if you can't participate or your region has already passed for the CPT Online events. Shout outs to all the organizers that have been collabing with Capcom on this. You can see a list of them on your screen right now, all around the world, Europe, Asia, North America, everybody, South America, everybody holding it down to make sure that we get more participants into that Capcom Cup. And it's a way to bring the community together that I love to see.
All right, well, look, we have more to go. You guys saw the bracket earlier. We still have a bunch of matches remaining. Don't go anywhere.
Time to fight, time to fight. Never give up, we won't retreat. The ones who stand have turned to defeat. So fight, time to fight. Glory waits for those who fight. We unite, we are street fighters.
And what's good, everybody? Welcome back to twitch.tv/Capcom Fighters. It's been a beautiful top 8 so far, and we really just got it started. Winners round 1 in the books, losers round 1 in the books. Now we move on to the quarterfinals. I am Ringe, and this is Ultra David. David, how have you been feeling so far?
It's been great, as we expected. There's been a lot of interesting stuff going on, interesting matches that we've seen. Let's check out the bracket. We'll briefly let you see what has happened if you haven't been watching. It's a 3-1 and a 3-1 in those winners' sides, and as a result, winners' finals will be Dookie versus Shaka, but we're in losers' quarterfinals where we're going to have Young-Ho versus Darlon. I looked up on fgcombo.com whether there's history here, and the last time that they played against each other, at least as far as this knows about, was Never Give Up Online Edition back in 2021 where Young-Ho took it 2-1 in pools. I don't know if there's been anything since then, but that's a little bit of info about the history here.
Yeah, this is a match I'm actually very much looking forward to because of the way these two play. Very grounded, very fundamentally based styles. Obviously, the Birdie and the Akuma both lend themselves to that. They got their ways to skip neutral, but they like to press their buttons. They like to take advantage of their ground game, the walk speed on Akuma's side, the big buttons, and the different ways to kind of manipulate the ground on Birdie's side. So I want to see, considering the experience of past them as well, right? Darlon, 30 years old, but has been teaching fighting games for 10 years. Young-Ho in his late 30s as well. So I want to see what they bring to the table, not only in terms of their skill set, but how patient they're going to be and who's really going to crack first.
Interesting character matchup here in top 5, top 6, depending on how you want to think about it, of the CPT South America West. Birdie and Akuma. Just rare to see Birdie at such a high level. There's certainly one in the Caribbean. There's one in Europe, right? There's a couple in East Asia. It's just a rarity.
Yes,
and really fun to see. You know, especially as you mentioned, his style is largely grounded.
Largely.
But then he also has, as Birdie needs, a little bit of a zany side.
Yeah.
Every now and then. You absolutely need that with that character. When we watched him play a bit yesterday, I really liked how Young-Ho dealt with, you know, self-cool Urian, standing at a range where he was able to control versus spheres, you know, blow up spheres, at a range where he could control Urian's buttons, and I think that's exactly the kind of idea, different range, but kind of idea that you need when playing versus Akuma as well. Being at a range where you can, you know, do zonk. Oh, it's not Akuma after all. It's going to be Luke, and that definitely makes more sense.
Yeah, yeah, for sure, right? Because despite like the kit that we talked about Akuma having, like Birdie's got a lot of great options to deal with it. So I like him going with the Luke kit.
Yeah.
Just play the sandblasting type game, which is what we try to see early. But Young-Ho is going to be looking to close that distance, weather the storm about walking in, and then make sure Darlon can't jump out, can't escape for free.
Yeah, that was already bad news for Darlon as he got pushed all the way to the corner. Because he wants to maintain that range like outside. Oh, back mid-screen, but took some damage to do it. He wants that range where he can sandblast for free. He wants that range, wow, where maybe he can get his own whip punishes, but Young-Ho is just denying that.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Is that Luke's ground game definitely super potent, super great thanks to the EX Sandblaster, but the normals also have great range, except for when against Birdie. Birdie definitely has a lot of normals that can contest with that. Lots of different options to put a stop to what Luke wants to do. And right there, betting on the command throw. Remember, we saw that a lot in his matchup against, who was it? I believe before as well, against Shaka. A lot of just the raw command grabs before presenting any type of normal or something like that. So something to keep in mind throughout the set.
So Young-Ho is just absolutely nailing it. This is exactly how he wants this match to go. He's already in the corner yet again.
Yeah, I love him switching it up from command throw to regular throw right there when he knew the V-shift was a threat. That's something that really cost him up against Shaka.
The question is, how does Darlon escape? Okay, he's got the EX. To what end? He's just unable to get any significant damage here. Individual hits, sure, but he's caught in the corner yet again. The whip punish is here again.
There it is. That's what we talked about, actually backdashing the command throw this time. See, activate. But Young-Ho immediately pressing afterwards.
Yeah, that wasn't challenged.
Nothing to pop off with afterwards. Oh, big bet on the jump in, punishing the Fierce, but that's it. Yeah, a lot of damage left on the table. CA was available as well. Oh my goodness, okay.
Okay, you're close, and it's going to be close as well to Chip if Darlon can just get a couple more hits, even on block.
Yeah. Oh, but he doesn't get that opportunity as the EX Dolphin Dive comes in like the speed of light.
I think the character makes some sense. I'm not sure that it seemed like Darlon was there in terms of making his Luke play effective versus Young-Ho Birdie.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure what he might have got caught between two schools of mind towards the end there. Because, as you mentioned, he had the super available, so Chip was going to be a threat if he could whittle down the life bar a little bit more, right?
Yeah.
Also, he had V-Trigger active, so you can combo into the V-Trigger off of EX Fireball, right? So I think he might have been kind of battling some inner turmoil within himself to see if he would rather try to get him down the Chip range or risk an EX Fireball to confirm into V-Trigger, and I think he might have just got caught thinking about that a little bit too much, and that is prime spot for the Dolphin Dive to come through.
Yeah, exactly right. So it sounds like he's gone back to character select. I assume that means Akuma is coming out. Look, it is the first to 3. You do have a game to play with here.
Yeah.
So maybe it was worth it, trying out the Luke. I think he's right to, if he does switch, I think it makes sense. Again, characters, matchups aside, what are you comfortable with?
Yes.
What do you have experience with? And it didn't look to me like the Luke was quite there. So the Akuma, I know he's got experience, right? We've seen him have fantastic spacing, excellent ground game with Akuma. Hopefully for his sake, he can make it work here.
So say he just looked so comfortable in the Akuma, really. Like, he definitely looked like his type of character. So we're going to see now the Luke not working out so far, but Young-Ho already. Oh, sweep for a sweep right there.
I already think it looks better. He's already he's already at a range where he's not backing off. Think about in the last game where he was like backed into the corner already at this point. He's just a lot more confident. You can see it. Look at this. Look at his confidence.
Smokes. Okay. Long distance on the Tatsu confirm. Yeah, you can see even the jab stuffing the offense of Young-Ho. Oh, my goodness.
Good work. Darlon is looking killer right now.
Yeah, I love this. We have the corner, but not getting overzealous about keeping him there. However, the EX pop off. We don't know about those EX full screen specials. Just catch you slipping from time to time. Drop kick as well, missile style. Oh. Santia there, but immediately backdashing out. Oh, the B skill. Big read from Darlon works out. Ah, but the fireball at a dangerous range right there, and big damage coming in from the command grab. He actually died from it. I thought he would be on life support, but no, that line is flat, my fam.
Nobody else who has more health than Akuma, which is almost everybody, would have died there. That was an Akuma kill for sure.
Wow. Poor Akuma.
Again, I don't know that it's going to work out for him necessarily, but I really like that he went to Akuma. I think he just looks so much stronger here.
100%. Look at this, another great stand medium kick confirm right there. We've seen that a couple of times now, whether it be the buffer or the confirm outright. And yeah, it just we see that last round, he really lived in the corner. Like, Birdie just pushed him there for free, and this is not the tail up against Akuma.
Look at that walk speed right there. Darlon confident to get there.
Yeah, but I love that too. Double dash right into the can, immediately taking it off screen, not surrendering more space. Very smart play from Darlon so far. Oh my goodness, smoking from behind at that time.
That range though, Darlon is really contesting.
Yeah, but we saw he was very patient in his matchup up against Kenshiro, right? So this is the type of game that he's comfortable in.
Certainly, he's got super ready to go. Very close to getting trigger as well.
The spinometer there to try to take, try to still turn on offense, but instead finds himself at a significant deficit with the time whittling down now.
Oh, here comes Darlon. What a challenge.
Ah, the armor coming straight through again. And man, Young-Ho not letting up for a second. I don't care how much time's left on the clock. I got the advantage. I'm going to press it. And that's a 2-0 lead. Definitely looking better on the Akuma, but still not looking like enough at the moment.
I think that's quite a message to send by Young-Ho at the very end. The pressure right there. Akuma had super, something like super probably just would have killed.
Yeah.
And for him to go in is a message. Look, I'm not afraid. Not only am I doing well in neutral, but I'm not just going to be afraid and back off.
It's definitely not showing his aggression, showing that even with the time whittling down, when he's in control, he's very much feeling it. Oh my goodness, that was a sick whiff punish on at the crouch jab, but nothing doing afterwards.
Oh, what a jump. Early fierce?
Yeah. Got away with one right there. That could have been massive damage to Akuma. Darlon getting a second chance at life, getting shut down by that long-range crouch jab. Oh, yes, harass the man.
All the different timings he's using are so strong, too. It's grab. Oh. He's right up close. Oh, Darlon's in big trouble.
Getting the crouch jab, giving this man a pedicure. Oh,
it's just so hard to get a read on when he's going to press the button. Finally, Darlon has a chance. The super's almost there for Young Ho. In fact, if he just does like a bullhead into super, he's going to get this round. EX instead?
Okay, yeah, never mind. Not going to be able to get the chip out. Young Ho still got a lot of life, a lot of time on his side. The V-trigger is there as well if he wants to fish for it. Oh, actually does get tripped up. The back throw here. Darlon is approaching kill range, but not in the way he thought.
Match point for Young Ho.
Oh, yes, the crowd strong right there. You see, he's trying to jump into catch like stand fierces or some type of big button, but Young Ho hasn't really been showing it to him. Sweep every now and then, but the spacing is so on point, as you can see.
The spacing is amazing. The button timings are, I think, what's most standing out to me right now. There's no rhythm to them at all. They're just at a bizarre timing, which is amazing and really impressive.
It's like, what am I supposed to do? Oh, even that was a good trade for Young Ho. Does get cornered because of it, though. No, it's punish.
Yeah, a lot of characters can't punish that. That's cool.
Runs into the crush counter stand fierce. Plus frames. Immediate tech throw, though. Well done from Young Ho. Weather in the storm, and then the EX pop off. Delete that part of the screen.
Oh, just walking backwards. Shout out to Akuma.
Yeah. Most definitely right there. The walk speed on display to get out the command throw range. And that's what's really impressing me about the button choices, too, is that usually against Akuma, it's hard because his walk speed is so good. A lot of the time the player is walking in and out of your normal range, but that crouch jab has such quick recovery. Like the visual on it is tough to really take advantage of.
Okay, well, he's got another chance very quickly. Darlon almost had good corner pressure, which we've seen so rarely.
Yeah, jumps out of that, doesn't get a punish, but at least avoids and does get the punish on the chain there. Reaching, starting to teach him a lesson. He's been doing it for 10 years after all.
Grabber not for the kill.
And the grab is successful. Darlon on the board. Now going quietly into the night here. We talked about his comfortability on Akuma. It's really just, you could tell he's warming up to the matchup. Definitely just getting more and more comfortable as the rounds go on.
Yeah, and he had even more chances than that. We saw him, find medium kicks and then not get the confirm.
Yeah.
So, you can't get 100%, but that's just a sign that he is finding a lot of hits as this goes on, which is good for him.
And settle down again. You can see Young Ho harassing with those crouch jabs. That's an interesting answer right there. Yeah, right outside of crouch jab range, maybe experiment with the fireball a little bit more. Make him think twice about doing it. And then we've seen also Young Ho kind of go with a sweep right in response to that fireball range, so maybe that could get him to commit to something heavier. With a bullhead right there. Snatches him up. And man, it's just coming for the ankles.
But Young Ho's doing a great job at keeping his eyes open as he's pressing these buttons. Like, he's keeping himself free from action a lot of the time. He's ready for jumps a lot of the time. Ready to get through fireballs a lot of the time, even as he's being active.
Most definitely. Even ready for the demon flip right there. Young Ho, into the banana real quick. Puts the peel out there. Excuse me, sir. Walks right over it.
Yeah.
Pitches him with an air hit, so no ability to confirm further.
God, he moves so fast.
Doubling for the fireball, and then one more. Darlon committing to it. And that's what we called for, right? Right outside that crouch jab range. I'm glad he's looking for it a little bit more. Nice way to start off. Showed him the heel of the boot.
Darlon in and out of that spot.
Good way to punish.
He's in there.
Send that shot again right there. Gonna take the plus frames into a throw. Stand fierce, but now that he's shown him that, Darlon might be thinking about jump a little bit more. There you go, but Young Ho is ready for it.
And not a true wake up DP.
Yeah.
Really giving a funky look on timings.
Been so good from both sides, really, not being linear about the way they approach. Oh my goodness gracious, that was ridiculous.
That was amazing.
Tries with a big boot to him, but he gets counter hit on the jab. Good confirm, following it up as well. Baits out the board, even Darlon all the way back in this set, 2-2.
Look at how much control he's getting in some situations where he was getting busted before.
Yeah.
Really, I mean, he's making a fantastic set of adaptations. I love his buttons. I love where he's in and out of. You're going to take some damage in neutral, which he does, of course, but he's in and out of that range of crouching jab, of stand fierce from Birdie a lot. He's doing the fireballs that you said at that range. He was looking for Zonk right there. Like, just very, very prepared and ready as they go into this final game.
And that's something we didn't talk about before, is being on a character that you're more comfortable with allows you to allocate some of your mental to the opponent more, right? And then being able to kind of be aware of their options, what they want to do at certain ranges. My goodness, these crouch jabs are coming out turbo now. Man is holding down the button.
Ooh. Not quite there. Again, trying to be in and out of the spot. We're seeing more of that crouching medium kick. Oh, he didn't get the button first. Here's the punish.
Yeah, that's a huge missed opportunity. Darlon right back in the round because of it. Can play a little bit more comfortable here. Not the life lead isn't so big.
And at that range, when Birdie finds a hit, it's rarely into something. Like, it's an individual hit almost always. Whereas, when Darlon finds a hit, he often will get a knockdown.
Take advantage of it here. Ooh, catches him trying to get Froggy on the wake up, but my goodness, Young Ho staying persistent on the defense.
The activation.
Oh, nah.
He's got super as well. He's very scary. Maybe trying to chase.
Yeah. Using the EX, at least that takes super off the table, but no. And he had been walking up doing overhead so many times right there, so he walked up and did the crouch medium kick. Definitely caught Darlon thinking about his dome instead. Well done from Young Ho right there. That's that long-term conditioning with a switch up at the end, one of the best ways to defeat your opponent.
And I love his focus on the EX Dolphin Dive in that last round. There had been so much grounded neutral play, so much about waiting for specific buttons, and that just means that you're paying less attention to the idea of the EX Dolphin. It's not a fast move. I forget the exact number, but it's like a high 20s startup in frames. And if you just were to be in training mode versus EX Dolphin Dive, you jump out of that thing every time.
Yeah,
every time.
straight up.
Every time. But when against a high-level player who is bringing in all these different birdie options, when you're really focused on getting whiff punishes, then it's harder to react to that specific tool. And Young Ho did it a couple of times throughout the set, but then two in the very last round thinking, I think my opponent's mental stack is on the verge of just breaking. It's at the limit.
Yes.
And he was exactly right about that.
Yeah, I think it's a great illustration of that exact thing, the mental stack, right? It's, I think, one of the easiest examples in fighting games to really understand what we're talking about when we say that term, because as you mentioned, high 20-frame startup with the yellow flash as well, right? It's something that you would, on paper, reliably react to, but it's just there's just so much pressure and so many options to consider from that range where Birdie can EX Dolphin Dive, that mental stack, you just don't get enough reaction time to really allocate towards it. So big ups to Young Ho right there. And as you mentioned, he had been saving it, really. He had been showing so many options besides that at that range that your mind is racing and it just forgets about that one option that can kind of skip neutral that we talked about before. So well done from Young Ho, one of the favorites as well. Now we're going to get into Chaos versus Frozen.
All right, we have, again, Frozen back here to play. Argentine player. We've got Chile on the other side. And this Ed has been looking good. Of course, now it's in loser's side, having played against Dookie, but I really like a lot of what we've seen. And this is a match, I'll be honest, folks, I have rarely seen at high level. Nash versus Ed.
Yeah.
Just thinking about it, of course, they both have interesting neutral tools that can nullify the others. They both have ways to get through and past the other's pressure. And most of your reversals in this game are strikes. These two have the opposite idea. They can roll out of things. So I don't know. I don't know how it's going to go, but I think it's going to be interesting to see.
I think we're going to be kind of in for another slow-paced, ground-based game,
yeah.
honestly. Both of these players, they don't really seem overzealous or looking for the haymakers that we saw like Kenshiro look for a lot of the time. These guys are just kind of using their characters' kits to play slow, safe games in Street Fighter V. So that's what I'm expecting. But, you know, both of these characters definitely have the ability to kind of run the other over if they get that first knockdown and make some right reads.
Yeah, their pressure on both sides is really good, really varied. They both have options that can follow up or not. Depending on whether they want to continue it or not, they can walk out to certain ranges that are effective and that are difficult for the opponent to deal with. They both have dedicated anti-air tools. Like, there's definitely some similarities between these two characters, but of course, there's going to be a lot of differences too.
Yeah, I think we're going to be in for some methodical action. 100% here, the Ed versus the Nash. Both characters definitely solid walk speeds. Just overall, we're going to be seeing which player I think is more skilled and whose day it is, really, more so than anything else. Unless there's some type of like character nuance in the matchup that we're going to be exposed to.
Well, we'll see. That's, again, not one that I've seen almost at all. So I'll be watching this for maybe the first time at high level as well. Yeah,
I'm trying to think, like, during the Intel World Open, we had a couple of high-level Nashes from South America, but I don't remember them ever running into an Ed. And, like, the prominent Eds in the UK, I don't remember, like, them coming across the Nashes. Definitely not to my knowledge do we see this matchup very much at high level, so we're going to learn some things today. Let's see who gets to that loser semifinals already starting off. We're going to see Frozen try to abuse this fireball game. You can see he even gets off 2 booms at a time that Ed gets off his fireball, so still going to be very evenly matched no matter where they're going to attack from.
Both of them have already shown readiness to deal with the other's tools. We're already seeing like neutralization of some options, jumping over some options on reaction.
Yep, and we saw Frozen use that V-Trigger 1 up against the Karen, but it's back to that V-Trigger 2. Right. That's what we know him for so well. Chaos always tried to keep that pressure going right there, but just trading on the meaty. However, catches Frozen being a little antsy with the full screen buttons, perhaps faking a fireball or two. But waking up again, never scared.
Ooh, not quite there.
Oh, boy.
Oh, my goodness.
That'll do it.
Yes. Chaos. Definitely, he tried to get in the mud real nice and early right there, right? Set the pace for it to be scrambly and chaotic with that EXDP, but Frozen not falling into the trap.
Good D by Chaos, showing that he's ready there.
Wow. Nice medium punch. Ooh, beautiful anti-air right there from Ed. Stand medium kick, definitely a niche anti-air, not always applicable at all ranges.
Frozen's challenge timers are very unusual. That said, yeah, spend it of course. Get the knockdown up close. Just holds up forward as we saw him do before. This time defense, but of course last time as well, it wasn't always that. He did have really good grounded D sometimes too.
Nice confirmed right there off the first counter hit. Now Chaos controlling this corner, ooh, bring him close. Close frames as well, not reaching on the shimmy attempt though. Beautiful defense from Frozen. Gonna be able to get the back throw off that V-Trigger activation as well. Really weathered the storm excellently. Yeah, flicker stands a little bit too far. Only catching air for now. V-skilled enhanced again. Oh, and that's what it does for him. Gives a little bit more time to confirm into that CA, a little bit more damage as well. Ed smoked in the process.
It seemed to me like Chaos was looking to be outside of that. Like he was maintaining a range that evidently was not far enough.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But he was trying to, it looked like, keep that spot. Just maybe it wasn't exact with where that position was. So he was thinking about it, which is good, but just, again, didn't have exactly the right spot on screen.
It's tough. Nash's like walking is very fidgety in terms of the animation. So, you know, a lot of the times he's sneaking a little bit forward. The side kind of reaches farther than you think. And yeah, unfortunately for Chaos, again right there, he walked back, but the kick was still far enough to catch him.
Wow, through the attempted V-skill. Frozen just doing a great job at setting things up and then knocking them down, putting a boom out, being ready for the jump over by Chaos.
Oh my goodness, yeah, and these challenges, he's really been taking a great job cycling his wake-up options. But we put a stop to that side kick. And we got Chaos in the corner again, activates the V-trigger, takes the throw again. What's he gonna do? Oh, I thought he was gonna hold up forward.
That's plus there.
Yeah, but after the V-trigger has been going with the low, trying to catch his opponent off guard and reacts to the V-skill with a kill. So he had that V-trigger locked and loaded, frozen, showing the lethality of that V-trigger.
So he understood exactly the range, even a little bit better than Chaos did, unfortunately for Chaos, right? It was still a range where Frozen could get a punish, but it was outside of Chaos's own V-skill.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, no. Really trying to respond. Thought because he was on hit, he was able to get an EX reversal with the gap, but Frozen staying solid.
Doing again a lot of backing off, a lot of in and out.
Yeah, the plus frame is here. I love just the consistency until then.
Oh, can he chase? No, not quite.
Oh, sick! Nice response with the EX upper. Stumbar is building. The momentum is here. One more throw will do it. The V-shift to escape and then gets to punish himself. So Stumbar depleting. We're back to the neutral. And deletes that space with a side. Deletes that space with a boom. Frozen doing a great job. Knew that Chaos was going to try to wake up and take that momentum that was slipping away back and just cut it all off.
Yeah, I love what Frozen's doing right now. He's really making Nash look strong. The in and out of it, the plus frames of it, his exact knowledge of spacing, being just outside of the opponent's options while just inside of his options. That's really tough to keep that spot. Both players, of course, are walking around all the time. You don't want the opponent to know where you're going to be. You don't want to be predictable. And yet Frozen still consistently is getting the better side of that.
Yeah, absolutely. You're really cycling through the side kicks, the dashes. I mean, offensively and defensively, he's being very unpredictable. And that's something that really lends itself to a lot of success in fighting games. That's what we're seeing right now from Frozen Chaos. I think he's doing a good job. He's really utilizing a lot of Ed's normals, and not even just the normals, but the entirety of his kit.
Yeah.
It's just the fact that Frozen has been one step ahead, as you mentioned, a little bit sharper on the spacing, a little bit more correct on the reads, and because of that, we're at a 2-0 lead.
So he did tell us that he also plays Falk. We haven't seen it yet in his top 16 or top 8, but maybe that's the idea here. It sounds like we've gone back to the character select, back to the lobby, and maybe that is the idea. And I would get it if that's the case. Of course, she has great long-range tools. She's got the ability to pester from afar herself, a little bit faster, a little bit more effectively. She's got options up in the sky as well. Jumping in has been tough. Has been difficult for Chaos. And maybe that's a way to stay up above. It is going to be Falk.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I like that thought, though, right? Because she could definitely alter her air trajectory. You can bait out some anti-airs with the air shot. You can set up the Sniper Wolf stance and duck some of the Sonic Booms, perhaps. I don't know how it interacts with the Scythe. I think the Scythe will probably still hit it, so we'll find out.
Hey, there it is, right? Trying to be on top of things right there.
Oh, my goodness. And, yeah, if you're especially going to use that Scythe, not the horizontal one, that will definitely hit the Sniper stance. V-trigger activated, and it catches the blow a little bit. Frozen trying to walk out of the situation. Yeah, you can see it. Frozen's doing a great job already adjusting, though. Sees that she's in the air and doesn't immediately commit to an anti-air.
Yeah.
Oh, even then, right there, going with the jump forward to avoid the projectile. Very smart. Yeah, we're going to be seeing the shots and trying to make the most of that range. The Sobot, though, look at how the range on that bad boy, though.
Yeah, that's difficult for anybody to deal with. And Frozen knows. Oh, he's just going to go right in. Nice work.
There you go.
Nice work.
Smells victory. He's not going to let it get away from him so quickly. Set point for Frozen. Oh my goodness, during the startup of her shot, just gets in that quick.
I do see some potential strengths for Falk in this matchup, but where Frozen is playing yet again, as we saw when it was Ed, that it was his opponent, he's just ready for spacing a lot of the time. Ready for options a lot of the time. He's going to get some life back here.
Delay rise, oh, good blocking anti-low. Activation for the V-trigger, but oh my goodness, perfectly timed on the Sniper Wolf stance free. German suplex to follow it up. Oh, he tried for the shimmy at the last second, though. Chaos challenging effectively.
So that trigger's gone just like that. And again, we have a situation where it's just going to be so bad, and the question is, when's it going to come? Not whether it's going to come.
No.
The question is, when is it going to come? And who knows? But Frozen, who consistently found that as the solution towards the end of rounds, both rounds in that game, whether it was Ed or whether it was Falk, didn't make a difference. It's Frozen on Nash being ready for both.
Yeah, great stuff right there. I mean, those moves, we talk about them all the time where you could like, all of a sudden move your character forward after walking back. It's just so easy to catch people off guard with stuff like that, whether it be an EX special or a soul bot like that. So well done from Frozen, catching Chaos, knowing that he had the life lead and that Chaos was going to have to start inching his way forward to make something happen. You just get caught slipping from time to time trying to get into your optimal space. So great round closer from Frozen. He's going to be going up against Young Ho in loser semifinals. And I mean, I do think we have arrived at the 4 sharpest players in the bracket.
Yeah, I think that makes sense as well. And it's very interesting to see that although Argentina had been whittled down, they are 3 of the top 4
yes,
in
sir.
this. Look at that right there. Again, Dookie and Shaka are hanging out in winners finals. We'll get to them in a little bit. Frozen on the loser side, having only lost to close training partner in a close match, Shaka.
True, that's a great point right there. So we're going to be seeing if somebody else could put an L on the board. We're also going to be seeing who gets into that pole position for grand finals winner side. Definitely big ups to everybody that has tuned in so far. And if you've been tuning in, then you know that Street Fighter Duel is on the horizon. The Capcom authorized mobile game Street Fighter Duel now available for download in China with a global version coming soon. The epic legend is reborn on mobile. Download Street Fighter Duel now and let's fight for each other and join the journey with millions of players to become the best fighter. And put the costumes in 6.
Speaking of costumes, you guys know that the winners of these CPT events are going to get their very own costumes in the game, in the sense that new tracksuit colors will be available for the winners. Now, there's, as you can see here, tracksuit colors for all 45 characters. Check them out. Purchasable with fight money, but as it says below that, new tracksuit colors will release for free after each CPT premiere event featuring the winning character. Will it be, who do we have left here? Bison, we have Dalsum, we have Birdie, and we have Nash. Those are the options. So we'll see which one it's going to be. We're going to be working on finding out. We don't know quite yet. We're down to the top 4. We're going to take a quick break, and we will have more of those matches after this.
Time to fight. Time to fight. Never give up, we won't retreat. The ones who stand have turned to defeat. So fight. Time to fight. Glory waits for those who fight. We unite, we are street fighters. Yeah, hate that I do this, never feel loose. And when I get up in the game, y'all be improved. A real problem, but I solve them all facts proof. And if you think I'm gon' fold, then you talking fool. Yeah, y'all wanna win, let me spin, boy. All dunks aside, I'm super fly like I'm hanging off the rim, boy. I've been winning for my kinfolk, and I put on for my city from the intro. Let's go. I put that time in. My pride is out the roof, I get that grind in. So I'ma tell the truth, I get my grind on. You know the pressure make all of these diamonds. I tell them get back, step back, fast track, big lap, big facts. I'm past that, yeah. I'm trying to get ahead, get out the way. Now move forward, stand back, now break away. I'm about to bring it on. I ain't never backing down. Come and step up to the plate. For my city, for my town. I do whatever it takes. I'ma go and get this round. Oh, I'ma go all of the round. See the sights, yeah. Let's go. Hop out and I'm scheming, ride around and I'm dreaming. Once I get the feeling, nobody can stop me. Hit it, I'm on goal, fanning all you foes. Once I'm on the road, I'm knocking out of the door. I got the range, if you wanna come and stand up to me, pull up on me now. If you wanna challenge, tell me, rookie, run up on me now. I'm on the road to the top and I'm not looking back. I'm on the road to the top and I'm not looking back. I ain't never backing down. Come and step up to the plate. For my city, for my town. I do whatever it takes. I'ma go and get this round. Oh, I'ma go all of the round. I ain't never backing down. Come and step up to the plate. For my city, for my town. I do whatever it takes. I'ma go and get this round. Oh, to the top, see the sights, see the sights, see the sights, yeah.
too far. Please forgive me.
My name is Seth. Bow down for my cycle. It's time for trap. Show me everything. Download.
This will do.
Welcome back to South America West, to be precise, where we're down to the top 4. We have 3 players from Argentina still in there.
Yes, sir.
Still doing good work. We have the winners finals left to be played. We have 2 in the losers side as well. And we're getting towards the end of this thing. My name's Ultra David, and with me is Rin.
Indeed, and it's been a phenomenal top 8 so far. Let's take a look at the bracket and determine exactly where we are now. As David alluded to, it is winners finals time. Dookie versus Shaka, 2 of our mainstays in the South America West scene, 2 of our favorites coming into this chaos. The player against Dookie said that it was the odds-on favorite to win the entire thing. Shaka on the other side has been on the rise in South America West, doing things at Intel World Open and everywhere they could possibly show out. Young Ho and Frozen, awaiting a loser semifinals, have done the deal of battling out through the shark-infested losers bracket to remain in that top 4 placing. But we're going to get to that after we determine who's going to be in grand finals.
Exactly right. Dookie with Bison. Here's a little breakdown for you. And Shaka with Dhalsim. And as far as their match history, I looked it up on FG Combo, and there is some match history recorded there. At Hadoken 10th Anniversary 2022, they played in top 8.
Oh.
And Shaka took it 3 games to 0. 3 games to 0 in Dhalsim versus Bison. A pretty, I don't know if tough's the right word, but definitely volatile match. For Dhalsim, I'm going to go with tough. And in 2021, Shaka also took it 3 games to 1 when they played in Never Give Up Online. And also in 2020, when they played in CPT South America 1, Shaka took it 2 games to 0. So that is a pattern right there across the last few years.
And most definitely. It's not something that has just been happening lately, right? It's been consistent throughout Street Fighter V's history. But if there's any time to overcome a demon, it is now, right? Dookie can try to get into that grand final. So if Shaka does manage to get back to me and get those 2 set advantages. However, the story of the tale so far has been Shaka decimating Dookie in tournament. We'll see if that continues.
Dookie fighting from Buenos Aires in Argentina, and Shaka from up north in Tucumán. Here we go. One of the mixed grand finals. What a start. Short slide. Jeez.
Dookie backing off here. He's trying to maybe counter poke some of these long-range limbs. Yeah, you see already looking for that Stand Fierce.
The Bison's got a lot to say in this match. He's got really effective forward-moving specials that are plus on block, as you all know. Normals as well, as you saw in Dumb Forward Fierce right there. He's got things in EX Devils that are hard to deal with. He's got ways in. He's got EX Blast to take up space. His movement can actually phase through some of Dhalsim's limbs sometimes. That's it. I mean, Dhalsim can certainly find spots on screen that are a little bit more consistent. He can find setups like this.
Yeah, and Dookie, he's not going with the V-Skill 1. Oh, he is going with V-Skill 1, excuse me. So he can maybe even parry some of those long-range limbs of Dhalsim as well.
Turns it into his turn right away. And as we saw before when Shaka plays, Vera have to get up.
Yeah, constantly just trying to go back to the neutral, right? That's where Dhalsim really shines. You got to work your way in past these long-range normals. And, I mean, Dookie has been super patient so far, right?
Yeah.
Taking the damage where he can get in, not trying to force his way in. And with a life lead, you don't need to.
No, he can totally play. I'm surprised to see the jump in because he has done a great job. That was amazing.
That was super, super good right there. Reshifting away from the drill, getting the Stand Fierce punish. And, again, now in the driver's seat in terms of damage. But he's not resting on his laurels, actually interrupting the normal once again.
Look, Dhalsim can deal a lot of damage really fast, but I'm not sure that in this specific situation he's capable of doing it. I think this might already be GG's.
Yeah, and I love that Dookie right there. Just lying in wait, checking the teleport. That's one of the safest options you have at that point. If Dhalsim's going to risk that to get in raw like that, then you can check it pretty confidently. Ooh, I like him turning up the pressure now as well. Showed a lot of patience. Oh, that was sick. Right outside the V-reversal range. Oh my goodness. Speaking of sick though, the roundhouse slide to get past the Devil's Reverse.
Yeah, phase 3 limb right there.
He'll take that trade. Hard knockdown up against Dhalsim, and now the back throw as well.
Ooh, faked it.
Yeah, try to get him commit. We saw the super on deck, right?
Yeah.
Maybe trying to bait it out. Very well done from Dookie right there. Shaka discipline though, just wants to use that EX, even lying in wait to get the anti-air.
He chased!
Ah, the backdash! And to get him out of dodge, V-reversal to plus frames immediately as per usual. Ah, but dashes directly to the slide. Too many active frames on that bad boy. Throws him out of it though. That's huge for Dookie. Putting the plus frames on him. What in the world?
Was he hunting for the most specific read in the universe?
Oh, V-reversal.
Looking for V-reversal?
Yeah, you're right.
Man, that would have been the most genius move of all
Yeah,
time.
I would have yelled. Yeah, for sure. I would have screamed. Oh, man.
But he bet around on feeling like a genius, though.
He did. But Shaka does V-reversal a lot,
He
right?
does.
Like, I don't blame him. That was a really good discipline, honestly, to not do it in that instance. Yeah, see, like, he'll do it as soon as he blocks a normal. I'm just harassing now that long-range Dhalsim limb game. Ah, yikes. Not a big punish, though. Oh, that's plus 3. Trying to maybe walk back out of it. Tough to do so. Really trying to play with him now. Get him to commit to something. But Dookie has been so good at not doing that. And the parry comes out.
Puts him backwards. That's it. Dookie's okay with it. He's still got a life lead. Even if he gets hit here, he's still got a big life lead. Yeah, EX Blast. Gotta deal with that.
Dhalsim a little bit of taste of his own medicine.
Yeah, exactly right.
But Shaka, he's got 2 EX to his own right, and unfortunately for him, he goes with that big stand heavy kick, a little bit too much startup for that scissor kick. One of the things you highlighted as trouble for Dhalsim at the very start of the set.
There's that range right there where Dhalsim doesn't really have great tools. He's got these kind of slower double-digit startup rangy buttons, which are great, but like at that specific spot, you don't have anything fast really, and your fast stuff whiffs. So that's why that scissors right there was just perfectly placed.
I like that from Dookie. We've seen him look for that since the outset of this match. Just a kind of whip punishing the big stand fierce with the crouch medium kick. He just wants to get as much damage anywhere he can. Look at it again, consistent now. That's why Shaka even trying to threaten to move forward, but again, that big startup getting stuffed.
I just love how slowly Dookie plays this matchup. He makes it very difficult for Dhalsim to, affirmatively make things happen. Sim's like hoping that Bison runs into stuff, and that's just not happening very often.
Stand fierce with it, Psycho Blast, nice confirm there. Ah, and now getting the throw on the V-reversal he was looking for before. Again, it is not your turn just yet. Oh, and then baits out, looking for a throw bait, but he'll take a V-shift too. Dookie rocking and rolling.
Oh, yeah. Making this very difficult for Shaka.
He tried to put up the stand, the heavy kick to start it off. He's looking for the crush early. Again, though, he just finds himself in that range that Bison's so good at. Scissor kick, stand fierce.
Yeah, that range is a range where Dhalsim has some difficulty.
Yeah.
Where Stand Fierce is, where Psycho X is, where you can start up scissors, medium kick, medium crash, medium punch, all sorts of stuff.
Oh, thought he would commit. Oh, instead it goes with the EX stomp straight through the projectile.
Yikes.
Holy smokes. Oh, V-shift and your V-shift.
Oh, it is all falling apart here for Shaka.
Oh, again, just stuffs that. You ain't following it up with nothing. Dookie. Control is not enough to describe what's happening in this match right now.
Yeah, I love what we're seeing out of Dookie. He's just a fantastic positioning. He has exactly the right counters to all this stuff that Shaka's trying to do. The EX stomp. I mean, you could just throw him out of that, but that option does more. You get a great meaty out of it. He just is firing on all cylinders.
Well done from Dookie right here. And yeah, Shaka, he took some time before rematching, but we all know Dawson is the primary plan. Can bring it back 3 games straight, but with the way Dookie's playing, it is a tall task. And now we're back in that range. Yeah, exactly. And one of those things that Dawson wants to press in that range, maybe a slide, right? But obviously can get low crushed by the scissor kick, so it's still not a consistent answer.
Definitely, yeah. Could be unsafe on hit even, those slides.
Yeah.
Oh, everything is just going right. The second time he's done that in the set.
I was telling you, man, those crouch game kicks on the stand pierces have been potent. And my goodness, the gray life and the chip damage building up very quickly and takes it all away with a teleport check.
The reversals are great, but what you want to do is get back to neutral for a while. You don't want to get back to pressure right away, and that's what's happened almost every time. Here's Dookie up close again. Right, but count down until Dookie's a threat again. Oh, okay.
So yeah, maybe gonna try some Dawson offense, but no, sir. Again, Shaka, the V-shifts. We usually talk about how good V-shift is for Dawson, but right now, Dookie making it work. He's been being able to dodge the drills, the flames, and getting full punishes on them afterwards. Oh, even stuffing the drill with a jab that time. You see, as soon as he gets comfortable, the timing defensive button gets taken away by the scissor kick. We're in the corner again. V reversal off of the plus frames. A meaty slide right there. Yeah, so plus frames.
Okay, Shaka's getting a little slipperier, a little bit more pressure focused. If he can keep that up, maybe that'd be good.
Nice response to the EX stomp right there. However, Dookie gets the chance to activate and gets the command throw. One more throw. Now he's going to do it again. He's going to set up. Oh! Checkmates him to get in the grand finals. Psycho Blast and then the behind the back activation. My goodness, Magic Johnson would be proud.
That was one of the best anti-Dalsum Bison sets that I've seen in a long time. And again, I think it's a matchup where Bison already has a lot to say, but the way that Dookie was playing it was just like everything got countered that Shaka wanted to do. Is Shaka trying to play offense? Cool, V-shift in exactly the right time and punish. Does Shaka want to zone? No, no way, right? Scissors, air approach, he even jumped in. He did a regular Bison floaty jump in and he was right. Like, what more can you say about how Dookie played that match?
Yeah, and you could tell, I love the timing on his command grabs too, because really the only time before we saw it there was when he tried to call out the V reversal, which was super sick call out attempt. But the fact that he had really conditioned Shaka so heavily up until that point that I am dominant in this range, that's when he pulls out the command grab after the activation, right? When he had gotten in the block for like 6 rounds straight at that point. So very well done from Dookie right there. The long-term conditioning to close out the set. And man, yeah, he is looking very scary to take down.
I think back to the quote from Chaos at the start of this broadcast. You said, "My rival," speaking of Dookie, "is one of the strongest I have played here in South America. Dookie is a clear candidate to win the CPT," and yeah, looking like it.
He most definitely dominant performance so far in this top 8, 3-0ing over Shaka. And I just remembered all the stats you brought up right beforehand. Shaka had beaten him in all the sets previously, right? So this is the time to do it. However, that is scary for Dookie if Shaka manages to get back to grand finals. But we're going to get to that in a little while. Next up is going to be Young Ho versus Frozen to determine who is going to face Shaka in that losers finals. So again, we got quite the age gap here, 37 versus 21, but both players very solid fundamentally when it comes to the fighting games. We're going to have Birdie versus Nash, another matchup that I don't see too much of at the high level, but one that I'm very much looking forward to. Frozen, super on point all day. Young Ho taking down Darlon on the way here, falling to Shaka beforehand. Frozen taking down Rodrigo as well as Chaos on the way here. A little bit more momentum, on his side, but still anybody's game.
And there's some match history here too. Back at that Hadoken 10th anniversary event, that was in 2022. They played in top 8 as well, just like our last 2 players. showing you some consistency, right, among these top 4. But when they played, it was 3-2. It was very close, and Frozen ended up taking it.
All right, so we saw history not necessarily prone to repeat itself, considering the Dookie Shaka set, but considering it was 3-2, which is much closer than we thought the Dookie Shaka sets or that they were in previously. I'm interested to see how it goes. I think it's going to be anybody's game here. However, somebody could have figured out something in the matchup, or it's just somebody's day. Frozen, obviously, taking 2 games up until this point. Young Ho 1-1. We'll see if that momentum from the losers bracket run at the beginning can carry over.
So loadout here is V-Trigger 1, V-Skill 2. He's got the bubble.
Oh, okay. Oh, my goodness. All right. Just the big boots. Ooh. Oh, back-to-back with it. And try to be too sexy. Too sexy Kevin Nash, bro.
Oh! The range that jump-in came, if he had not pressed roundhouse, he would have whiffed entirely. That is to say if there had been an anti-air by Frozen. So perfect jump spot.
Having the soul boss. My God, we are showing off the Tims on both sides here. All boot action until the V-Trigger activation.
Yeah, Frozen's a scary man. He's going to build super if he finds a hit. What a roundhouse.
Bruh, I feel like that's been all the damage this round. It's just been roundhouses over and over again. Plus frames, though, that's so fast. Hard to react to.
Oh, is that a punish?
Oh, it was, but nothing else. He jumps out at the last second, doesn't get the punish, though. Still anybody's game, and he does punish it heavily that time. Not enough for the kill, but he's going to, chew some bubblegum.
I wonder if he's trying to bait. Oh, into overhead. Interesting.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely correct. I think he wanted to show him that animation and get him to use the second V-Trigger, too, that he had loaded. But a great job from Frozen, not actually falling for that bait there. Oh, and then the dash of catching the landing.
Yeah, that's a range where it's going to be a little bit more consistent once I air.
Yeah, and we talk about Frozen spacing throughout the top 8 so far. You see just outside that bullhorn range for the fireball as well. Obvious execution error.
Yeah, for sure. Unfortunate there. It's a lot of meter going. Still got a big life lead. That's a punish in the trigger.
Yeah, I'll take that for sure. Frozen showing that he doesn't even need any meter to win this matchup.
Right.
Stuffs the bubblegum as well. None of that here. Oh, and the reactions to the dolphin dives have been on point. Don't forget, this was the youngest player in the top 8, 21 years of age. Don't test him.
Think back to when Young Ho used those EX dolphin dives in the last set. We talked all about it.
Yep.
He did do it a couple times throughout the set, but he saved most of them, 2 of them, for that very, very last round in maximum mental stack.
Yes.
Whereas here, he went to that twice in game number 1, which shows to me that it's more about him reading things. You know, you can get over booms and the like. It's like more of like a specific read. It's not just about flummoxing the opponent here, and that didn't work.
The big boots again. That is definitely something that's been working overtime for him. Back to back again to start this round.
Beautiful. Exactly where he wants to be already. That's the stun already.
Oh, my goodness. This round getting away from Frozen real quick here. Command throw will do it. Oh, maybe tried it after the jab. We saw the tick attempt earlier. Frozen, staring into his eyes. You know? You don't see that move get anti-aired often.
That down strong hit on the other side is anti-cross. They don't let this birdie character do that anymore. It's not working out for Young Ho anyway.
Yeah, good stuff. That bullhead just catching him off guard from full screen. Ooh. He's trying to wind up that big heavy kick again. Frozen utilizing a lot more soul bats, trying to stop that. Yep, again catches it.
Okay. Young Ho confident in where he was.
Oh, I love that adjustment from Young Ho right there, waiting for the soul bat this time.
Yeah, mostly it's been active footsies for him, but the whiff punishes have started to come into play big time too.
Oh,
yeah, he's the one pressing first.
I like it. Both these players have played excellent ground games with Frozen trying to skip out with the V-Trigger activate. Ooh, the fireball catches him at the very beginning with the ender. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, that neutral game, the fight over whether like Roundhouse is going to win, Soulbat's going to win. Oh, whoa.
Oh, yeah, the big trade right there, leaving both players standing. However, you're jumping into my territory. Frozen shutting it down.
Trying to get through a boom there. Haven't seen that work yet.
long distance on that. The Crush Counter going to set up shop now. Frozen trying to walk out of it. Get that space that he feels way more comfortable at back.
Oh, yes, it was close enough.
No, sir.
Now, there's a super to think about. He just gets out.
All right.
We've seen regular jump out. I think that's his moonsault escape.
Yeah. Ooh, I thought he would maybe commit to another soul bot or a side kick after the hit.
Youngho rarely has been caught in a corner like this, but he is here.
Indeed, and it's a big opportunity for Frozen now. Close friends all day, throws him out of the EX. No armor for throws, fam.
That was all the bar, but that was a ton of life. Gray damage was dealt, chip damage was dealt. And anything's going to do with this. So bad, if that connects, I think that's going to be it.
And the V-Trigger is active, though, now. Definitely in control for Frozen, but oh, okay.
Yeah, nice. Ba-bam!
Nice. The bazooka knee, indeed. Makes it an easy punish, and Frozen takes a 2-0 lead right there. But Youngho making him sweat a little bit for sure. I like the way he started to adjust towards the end there. If he could find the right opening at the end, it could have been a different tale, but it was tough. Frozen has played so solidly, and he really hasn't given his opponent any chances that they don't earn.
Yes, that's definitely right. And in that one, I feel like Frozen had even more control throughout a lot of it. He was able to push Youngho backwards into the corner. Usually it's been Youngho pushing people into the corner, including Frozen. Even as Frozen's taken rounds in games, he's been backed up a lot of the time.
Yep. Confirm off that soul consistently. I even like that, the back fist as soon as he landed right there, trying to just overwhelm Youngho with buttons.
Yeah. Never making it easy on Birdie.
Oh, the sidekick even stuffing that, and then just got caught flinching towards the end. Oh, ooh, back to back with it. Stay in plus, stay in compact, and that's what we talked about. Frozen really not giving any gaps.
Match point, just like that. We said it was 3-2 last time they played. Frozen is looking to speedrun this.
Apparently. Got bigger fish to fry, trying to get that run back against Shaka.
And trying to make it all Argentina top 3 as well, by the way.
Very much on the verge of that. It recovers just in time not to get clipped, and then another moonsault escape. Frozen all the answers right now. And finally we find a sweep.
The timings on that have just been so unusual. Really hard to get a read on.
And then again, yeah, trying to react to the fireball with the jump over, but he recovers so quickly as soon as he gets the boom out. Moonsault indeed, and catching Youngho, and that's going to be a bigger combo because that enhanced V skill. With the empty jump set up, but a good block.
Oh, come on! He double dashed back to specifically escape that option. So smart. He knew exactly what was up.
My goodness, Frozen looking super clean right now. Outcast got nothing on this man.
Anything's going to do it now with that super on deck. If Youngho activates, he's dead. He's just going to be super right away. And it's not even going to come to that. It's going to be Frozen with a very quick, very confident, very clean 3-0.
Wow, that was impressive from Frozen for sure. The tail of the tape before this set would have indicated a close one. However, Frozen taking it 3-0 on the back of dominant play. Once again, utilizing all of Nash's skills very unpredictably and just making it so Youngho never got a read on the rhythm of the offense.
Yeah, and rarely even had his own offense. It was almost entirely Frozen's control in neutral. He was able to get corner control. He was able to push Youngho backward. Again, that rarely happened. Even, look, I mean, Youngho played a lot of close matches here. 3-2. Youngho had lost previously. And yet, in most of those, he was able to get the corner.
Yeah.
Quite a lot. Even, you know, whether loss or victory. But in that one, it was just all Frozen making it happen.
Yeah, that is a great point to bring up. Youngho really controlled. He was the aggressor in a lot of the matches, right? Usually there's one side that's the aggressor that kind of pushes the other opponent to the corner, or they kind of dictate the movement when it comes to the match throughout it. And Youngho had been that guy. He had been that person doing it all until he ran into Frozen. And Frozen really just never gave up ground, right? He has such good ways to stuff that. He are always excellent spacing on the fireball to the point where either he would recover in time and anti-air the jump, or the bullhorn was too far away that even if it goes through the projectile, it won't hit Nash. Just expert play right there. It's going to be interesting to see how he faces Shaka.
Yeah, and again, top 3, Argentina. We started out with 6 players from Chile yesterday. We started out with 2 players from Peru as well, 8 players from Argentina. And at the beginning of today, it looked like Chile had the advantage, right?
Yeah,
they had whittled it down
true.
more than Argentina had. And yet, this top 3, there you go.
All Argentina all day. Well done to them. And we're going to get to that losers finals in a little bit. But first, let's pay some bills. Shout outs to Street Fighter Duel. You guys know what it is. It is the authorized mobile game available for download in China right now with a global version coming soon. You can use the QR code to check out more information about Street Fighter Duel. And again, if you don't know and you've been hearing me shilling about the costumes this whole time, I'm telling you, Google it yourself. Check out the Street Fighter Duel alternate costumes, and then you're going to be on the train with me, Conductor Ringe, letting people know that we need those costumes in Street Fighter 6. So most definitely looking forward to that and looking forward to the global release of Street Fighter Duel.
And please don't forget to sign up for your local World Warrior events. We're, of course, watching one of the ways that you can qualify for the Capcom Cup this year. That's with the CPT majors. But another way to do so is through the World Warrior side of things. These are regional series available across the world, and you can get involved. You can play in your own. Ultimately, they will be, for each region, a qualifier that will allow players to get into Capcom Cup. So it's just another way to do it. And you can check it out at CapcomProTour.com.
Yep, and we're going to give y'all a chance to do that as we take a quick break here on twitch.tv/Capcom Fighters. So we'll be back with Losers Finals, and then we will crown our champion of the CPT, South America West, as well as the qualifier for Capcom Cup. Do not go anywhere.
Time to fight, time to fight. Never give up, we won't retreat. The ones who stand have turned to feast. So fight, time to fight. Glory waits for those who fight. We unite, we are street fighters.
You won't know what hit you.
Let me have some fun.
Let's get this mission started. This will be a good fight. Got you in my sights. Neutralized. Predictable. Time to end this. Fire. Double. Somersault. I'm just on another level.
Oh yeah, you know I'm ready. Trying to read each other here? At this range, many attacks can connect if you stick something out. The neutral game is very important. Hit them with a stopping bomb. More fuel for the fire. Cook them up. Breaking on them to lay down some damage without giving up ground. Drops them. Perfect parry. They got a feast on this chance. What now? Can it be this time to bust this out? Perfect damage calculation. No doubt about it. They are done.
いってみましょう。地上技で差し合う距離、リーチの差を生かすか、それを手玉に取るか。よく見ていた。さあ飛びはしっかりジャストで受け止めていく。体力はわずか、ゲージ差はある。ここはどう出る。インパクトは受け止めた。主導権の奪い合い、どちらが仕掛けるか。受け止めている。
off this train. Ooh, the ground impact hits for a punish. Player 1 can't win this without pulling the trigger. Noticeable life lead.
受け止めながらここはダッシュを染み渡し出血大サービスだダメージ計算ゲージ管理バッチリ
And welcome back to twitch.tv/Capcom Fighters. Hope everyone has had a phenomenal time in this top 8. I know I have, and it is time for the conclusion of it. We got 2 sets to go. It's going to be losers finals, and then following it, of course, will be the grands to determine who's getting into Capcom Cup. I am Rinch. This is Ultra David. David, show him the bracket, bro.
Here we go. We are, as you said, down to the top 3, and in the top 3, yeah, Dookie's waiting. We'll get to him in a little bit. But in losers finals, we have, in fact, a rematch from winner's side, top 16, where Shaka took it 2-1 over Frozen. And as we talked about in that match, of course, when those two played, let me just give you the quote. Shaka says, "There are very strong players," speaking about the top 16, "My rival and friend Frozen is a very skilled player, but I'm going to fight." And Frozen said, "This match versus Shaka is very difficult because I play with Shaka every day." So they are training buddies. They have a ton of experience against each other. It was a 2-1 victory by Shaka over Frozen, sending Frozen down to the loser's side. But in that 2-1, you could really see how well they knew each other. You could really see that they both knew all the ins and outs of the character matchup, all the ins and outs of the human matchup as well. It was very interesting to watch. In just a 2-1, first to 2. Yeah. So in a 3 out of 5 set, I think this is going to be a really fun one to watch.
Absolutely. If you tuned in yesterday, me and David were pretty much gushing about that set because it was so interesting to watch these players really try to find unorthodox answers, trying to throw off each other's rhythms, find interesting timings. You could tell that they are very much pressing buttons when they know the other opponent is about to go for an option. It's not really playing the character, it's playing the human. That's how well they know each other so well. So I'm looking forward to this next one. Again, as you mentioned, it's going to be an elongated set as well, which gives them even more time to kind of gather and consider all the options. And that's something that's so interesting to me when you have that much intel on an opponent, kind of how you balance it, right? Because there's so much to think about. Do you kind of try to just allocate that brain power to their most frequent options, or do you think because they're so familiar with you, they're not going to go for those as much, right? And we even see a character switch up right now from Frozen trying to throw Shaka off his game.
Now, we saw the Kage briefly yesterday as well, and it didn't last. He ended up switching away from that Persona Kami back to Nash. So here it's to the Kage. Kage, of course, a ton of damage. Very good once he's up close, but can struggle getting there in the first place. So this is a really interesting and, in my mind, a little unexpected choice.
Definitely a little bit unexpected. I was going to say, I don't think the dive is going to do that much either. We saw it already get shut down by the Yoga Anvil, but the V-skill is coming in hot.
He definitely has armor. That's the way to move forward, no doubt.
Yeah, you see the plus frames. That's the Shaka special. Plus frames coming out. V reversal immediately. Yeah, I get off me with the axe kick and then taking away that gray life with a stand fierce. Thanks.
Oh, look at this movement. Oh, that's beautiful. Into this, let him bounce, bounce, bounce.
Oh my goodness.
That's such a satisfying combo.
It is.
It's so sick.
Real California of them right there. The lowrider culture from Dawson. Oh, wow. Yeah, the fireball was still coming down, and Frozen thought he would commit to another limb immediately afterwards, trying to fish for that V skill, but man, these jumps have been shut down. And not only by crouch medium punches, but by yoga anvils. They hurt every time.
That's a chance now for pressure. The one thing about Kage is that when he finds the knockdown, he's almost always there.
Let's go reversal me off. That's fine. He's waiting for that teleport. That's why Shaka didn't give it to him. Such good switch-ups. Again, look at that. Still not giving it to him. V-reversaling the V-skill immediately as well. Loving the way Shaka's playing at the moment, but he can't V-reversal anymore. Oh, and the anti-air is whipped. Frozen, weathering the storm, waiting out all those resources, making him pay heavily, but we still got another chance that gets dashed away with the stand medium kick finisher.
Yeah, as you can see, he doesn't get like point-blank grab mix up there, so I'm a little surprised to see Shaka be antsy as he got up.
Yeah.
But again, these players know each other so well, they are going to be doing things that are not like textbook choices.
Great point. You can see, yeah, Frozen has honestly, he's like, you're getting these yoga anvils, but all I need is one successful get in, and it could be my round.
Oh, that was so. Well, it worked out for Shaka.
Yeah, it worked out more heavily there. Oh, he actually got the sweep afterwards. Teleports out as well. He's going to get the corner because of that. Frozen trying to wait. Look at this, but Shaka's doing such a good job being disciplined about the teleport out. Reversal again. And the stand fierce. Shining the shoes from long distance. Let me get them loafers, cuz.
So they know each other very well. And the Kage, I think, you know, maybe is related to that. Maybe trying to go to the matchup that is a little bit unexpected. I don't know. Maybe these guys play the same matchup all the time, too. But in that, the way that the Kage was used, it was a little unorthodox in some ways. Some of the choices that both players are making a little unorthodox in some ways, but it sounds to me like we're going back to character select and back to Nash, and that seems to me like it's the right call.
Okay.
It was 2-1 last time when they played in winner's side. It was definitely really close. If you recall, it came down to a choice of maximum height jump medium kick from Dawson, which if it had been blocked, it wasn't even a cross-up. If it had been blocked, that character takes forever to fall on block and might have been punished and he might have lost. So it was actually a very, very close set.
Yeah, it most definitely was. And I want to see what Frozen does with the Nash, like the gameplay he kind of brings, the style he wants to do. Because so far, he's really been one of those grounded, patient players with the Nash. He's used V-Trigger 2 or V-Trigger 1 to kind of skip neutral from time to time. But I think that's why he wanted the Kage, because it's like one-hit knockdown, and then he was going to try to one-turn Shaka, right? That was going to be his bet.
Yeah.
Nash is a little bit harder to do that with, but maybe a little bit more stable in the neutral. We'll see.
I think that's a good way to put it. And Shaka's just so willing to spend the V-reversal every time. He was looking for guaranteed V-rev points.
Yeah.
And it exists versus Nash as well, but Nash, as you said, more stable in neutral.
Yeah, exactly. The V-reversals did really shut down that one-turn opportunity from Kage, so let's see why he goes to this. A fortunate throw, though, for Frozen.
Here we go.
He's found his way in real quick. Check the eyes.
Shaka just looking like he's waiting it out. Oh, he's going to finally spin. Let him cook a little bit.
Get the teleport. Good stuff from Frozen, though. Right on the edge, right on the boots.
Okay, the whip, yes. That cannot hit grounded opponents.
V-Trigger 2 is here. He's got the V-Skill 2 loaded up as well, but the bazooka knee. Oh, heartbreaking.
Seriously, yeah. I wonder what Frozen was looking for. Surely not bazooka.
Yeah, probably not. Yeah, one of the other kicks that has like the hitbox that kind of hits right above him like that. So it definitely could have been a check and he just got crossed up.
Underneath. Oh, man, look at all this.
Yeah, right now, Shaka definitely feeling it. You see, get a lot more mobile than we've seen him so far, applying that pressure. Ooh, V-Trigger 2, though, is going to switch sides on him. Try to get that back throw into it going, but my goodness, you just caught both chops to the face.
Yeah, you got to hang out there. Got to respect that. Look at this. Frozen pressuring.
Shaka, I cannot believe he got that tech.
Overhead low, neither. Oh, stable end for Shaka. Could have rested on a low, on an overhead, and he just didn't need to do it.
Yeah, he didn't, right? He was just like, I'm going to be content with the plus frames. I'll push you out a little bit more and just make you come to me yet again. Yeah, I honestly thought we were going to see the Arturo special where you do the dash up and stand fierce, you know, like to get the low point blank.
Yeah,
but
the really weird timing.
Yeah, exactly. But instead, Shaka Going up 2-0 in a more stable way, just trying to keep it as safe as possible.
Well, I guess not too much Dawson, especially with no EX.
Yeah, right. So Frozen willing to risk that a little bit. That drill, yeah, it kind of hit a little bit early. I understand why Frozen tried to challenge afterwards, but still hit low enough to get Dawson a turn. So by not finish that time, too far away.
Lovely knee. I like that short.
A really good anti there. He's trying to whittle down this life. Not quite at V-trigger yet. Oh, does get it after that.
Here we go. And on the next hit, he's going to build super. He's very dangerous. Shaka hoping to V-rev out.
Yeah, that was good timing on that, though. It wasn't too linear like he'd been doing previously. Ah, V-shift. I love that cancel to chase him down. Don't go anywhere.
Okay, some good reads by Frozen. Good to build on, maybe.
Staying alive here. If you can land a CA early as well, that could really plague a lot of what Dawson wants to do for the rest of the round.
Setting one of big plus frames. Trying to outrange Dawson. Oh, yeah. Get some life back. Oki.
Oh, the German coming out Dex Hardwood style.
Been a lot more willing to spend trigger, has Shaka. I mean, it's a nice trigger. They extended the range on it. It's plus on block. It's definitely got nice stuff.
Yeah, for sure. It just locks him out of that view reversal that he's been relying so much on, right? And they, we saw the stand jab. That was a throwback anti for sure.
Yeah. Hey.
Okay, Frozen on the board right there.
Definitely some better reads up close by Frozen. But I also wonder if Shaka going to more trigger usage rather than V reversal or V shift on reaction to things like moonsault, etc., things that you can react to. I wonder if that's part of the loss here. You know, the trigger, although as I said, it's got benefits to it. You can combo out of it on hit, etc. Like, it's definitely got good stuff. He has been caught defensively more often than we've seen, and he's not been able to get out because he's been already using his trigger.
Yeah, exactly. And he's kind of like not been betting on challenges a lot of the time, right? Like, no Obari has really been coming out from Shaka. It's more like review reversals and getting back to neutral. So he hasn't gotten like these counter hit slides in the V trigger or something like that that gives him damage immediately. So we'll see if he goes back to usual V meter usage, but he might not even build any right now. He's just been going ham on Frozen.
Exactly, yeah, continuing to pester. He just wants to maintain that block nod.
Just outside the range, yeah, takes the close frames into the back throw, but this is big for Frozen. Puts up that screen space, reversal immediately, back to the usual game.
Yep.
Yeah, I like him sneaking in a throw before he gets that first bar of V-meter, though. Nothing to D reversal.
Plus, yeah, Shaka hands out. He underneath the specific choice.
That was godlike. Frozen. Gets caught from full screen again with the stand medium punch. Shaka back to his comfortable position of set point.
And back to playing the defense that we saw from him before. What readiness on that. That's a 3-frame anti-air.
The stand jab still coming through when the Shaka needs it the most. Oh, and then the crouch medium punch as well. Drop that, but no punish.
Yeah, that could have been really big for Frozen.
Yup, the V reversal out.
That was all of his bar.
Really well spot to be in. Oh, absorbed it and then still got the stand fierce out. The awareness on Shaka.
Here we go. Frozen. Time to press. Keeping it a little bit different in terms of his timings. So it's not an easy guaranteed V reversal for Shaka.
Shaka has the meter again here, so Frozen makes his way in. We'll see. Yeah, I like that. Going for the throw, right? Again, not giving him something to V reversal immediately.
Yes. Super important based on how. Well, okay, Shaka's out. With punish.
Oh, that was so sick. He teleported in place to bait it out.
Now there is a super here.
He's got a V meter, so he can't get chipped out.
Outward punished. Underneath is gonna hit. No, not quite. Oh my god.
Yes. Oh, good stuff from Shaka, though. Not committing to that second part of the V trigger, recognizing the teleport and checking it in time.
Very slow start. He don't want to take the risk. EX comes in.
Huge way to start for Nash, honestly.
Saving that V meter finally comes out.
So This is, I was going to say a good start, but now Shaka going to get the game started here. V-break sends him right back into the corner. Thought he would whiff it, so he tried to get his punish ready.
Here he is. And this might be, I was just going to say, might be V-trigger. I love that V-shift. To get out of there, cooking in that corner would have been real bad news.
Yeah, pretty much completely nullifies that V-trigger now, and Shaka is going to have to fight it out without any V-meter for a little bit.
He's got a super he can kill if he finds the combo. Frozen knows that.
This drill will not low or thick enough to get the plus frames to combo.
Here he comes. Outside of it, he's up close!
I can't believe he teleported!
Right, what a risk to take!
No EX to them or
all
anything.
of a sudden, pressure, focused play.
Bro, both of them are, I was going to say the chip was around the corner for both sides, but Frozen pulls out the overhead at the end, and what looked like a runaway set for Shaka has been forced into a Game 5.
And even in that individual game itself, what a back and forth one. We saw some very strong play by Shaka where he had total control for a little while. We saw the same thing out of Frozen too.
Ooh, and we're going to go back to the character select, maybe just reset the momentum a little bit. I'm not thinking there's going to be any character or V-skill, V-trigger switches.
Yeah.
I just think he wants to stop this momentum because Frozen is on a roll right now. Young man definitely builds upon that, right? He started the top 8 in the losers bracket as well, so he's gotten 3 straight sets leading up to this point. Shaka coming off a L. He wants to definitely switch it up a little bit.
Yeah, that's right. And settling down would be great right here because this goes on. It's not like in this match between two players who know each other so well that you're going to come up with brand new stuff on the fly. Like, that's not really how this works.
No.
It would be great if it did, but that's going to be tough to do. So instead, it's going to be more about settling down, refocusing on what he does when he beats Frozen. You know, thinking about in this matchup where I know the opponent so well, where they know me so well, what is it that I do? Settling down and taking some time is a way to rethink about exactly that.
And I think you highlighted a super important thing that, again, we saw that V-trigger used. They got nullified because of the V-shift and the V-break, and he didn't have any meter to get him off after that subsequent string. So we're going to see right here again if Shaka ends up committing to a V-trigger or if he keeps that V-meter locked and loaded, if we get to that point, of course.
What a jump timing.
Uh-oh. Frozen, now the momentum building. Oh, the viewers with the wrong timing as well. Could have been real bad news. Instead, just slightly bad news.
Huge read. Looking for Sobat, maybe? Looking for Boom, maybe?
That's a little bit of a Hail Mary attempt from Shaka. I'm concerned with that decision.
Yeah, I agree. And meanwhile, we're seeing great choices out of Frozen.
Yeah, look at Shaka being a bit aggressive now. Even got caught dashing in right there.
Missed the dive kick. Uh-oh, I don't know about this for Shaka.
Sato, my goodness, the dash and point blank it again.
Anything's gonna do it. Frozen knows that, and trying to get underneath, but way too far away to make it happen there was Shaka. Frozen's at match point.
Wow, and this is only a 3-game comeback. Look, we get Shaka, one of the best Dawsons in the business right now. Not an easy character to come back on whatsoever.
There we go. Oh, didn't confirm it. Yeah, I don't know about this from Shaka. He's not playing like the same guy he was before.
Yeah. Showing a little bit of nervousness. Showing a little bit of uncertainty in his own game plan. Just outside that range, you can see these are these little minute
late
spacings.
on anti-air. Think about all the anvils he had before in the first couple of games. Oh boy.
Good timing on the teleports right there. But again, Shaka not ready with the meaty. Frozen just waking up with buttons here.
No V reversal there. There was a couple of guaranteed spots to get out.
Yeah, you can see he's really holding on to that V-trigger now. He wanted the activate off the crouch slide.
And chose not to even combo. This is going to be Frozen.
CA's on deck. This should be it. Frozen again hits 3-2 on a 3-game comeback over Shaka. Completes his run back from top 16 winner side. What an epic way to turn the tables.
He obviously played fantastically. I loved how, as it went on, again, not like this is a brand new thing between these two, but as it went on, nevertheless, he got better and better reads on what Shaka wanted to do. His positioning was good, and, you know, all props to Frozen, but in my mind, a big part of that win that he had was Shaka not playing in the same way at the end as he did at the beginning. And it wasn't just in that last game where he missed a hit confirmed. Look at that. Perfect timing.
Yeah.
The anvil right there, it was a huge part of the first game and a half, couple games in fact. And yet at the last game, he was only anti-airing late, if at all. Like, he just wasn't firing on the same cylinders that he was before.
Yeah, I think, we talked about some great illustrations of high-level concepts that we talk about in fighting games earlier. We saw the mental stack really coming into play up against the Birdie EX Dolphin Dive. And this was one of those, it felt like old school dive kick where you saw the fraud alert on the screen and it felt like it was getting the nerves, right? The comeback was imminent and it just felt like Shaka kind of felt like his back was against the wall. And a lot of places where he was clean and focused early on in the set, he just kind of crumbled and didn't have the same answers. And that is going to happen when you have a player that is building so much momentum, that keeps getting these W's over and over again. When all your answers seem to not be the right ones, it is very easy to let that mental just kind of slip away from you and start playing more antsy, start playing more anxious and overextending. And that's kind of what we saw in that last game. Frozen, always cool, calm, and collected. And for being the youngest player in the bracket, extremely impressive.
Absolutely right. 3-2, making the grand final match between Dookie and Frozen, 2 players in Buenos Aires. Shaka told us that he's from Tucumán, which is in the north, the Garden of the Republic, but instead it's going to be the 2 from the capital, Dookie and Frozen. And look, Dookie has looked the best. I mean, he's been killing it all weekend. He's mostly been taking them without losing a game. He did lose 1 or 2 in there, but nevertheless, he's looked fantastic throughout this entire thing. And the last time we saw him, man, what a buzzsaw. So I think he comes in here, obviously with the accolades as well from his opponents, saying that he's one of the favorites, and you can really see that. That said, the way that Frozen was able to regain momentum, the mental fortitude of being down as he was, 0-2, and then making it all the way back, regardless of what happened with Shaka, the mental fortitude on Frozen's side to continue to make good choices, to recognize where and when he could move, even as Shaka was playing a little differently. That was fantastic. So as he comes in here, I think he's actually looking like he's in a pretty good spot. Now, it's going to be a long road. He's got to reset the bracket. 2 3 out of 5 sets is going to be between him and Capcom Cup. But the way he was playing in that last set, I wouldn't put it past him.
Absolutely. And just to kind of build on the fact that it's going to be a long road, and not only does he have the 2 sets to go through, but it's going to be 2 sets against Bison. And Bison is definitely that war of attrition type character, right? Where he's going to sit there, he's going to whittle your life down with chip damage and normals that do a lot of gray life. And it's hard to just run away with matches up against Bison, in my opinion. He's got a decent amount of health, decent amount of stun, and it's just a long road to go. So we're going to see, though, Frozen, he has the ability to kind of weather the storm. We've seen the long-term mental fortitude of him. Started this top 8 in losers bracket, came back 3 straight up against Shaka. He's shown that he's got the endurance for this, as long as he doesn't crash here in Grand Finals. So it's going to be an interesting one for Sir. South America West CPT Championship on the line. Capcom Cup qualifying spot on the line. This is Grand Finals. These 2 players have yet to play in the bracket as well. Let's get it cracking.
Just been so impressed by Dookie's positioning throughout this top 16. And right now, even with the slow walk Bison, I'm always impressed by Bison players who can make that walk so effective. He's got so many other tools to move around, but the walk, when I see that, I know I'm looking at a good Bison player.
Exactly, man. Like, we see Dookie utilizing all these perfect spacing opportunities here, whether it be with the walk back, dashing when he needs to, closing the gap with the scissor kick. So many ways to vary up the pressure.
Staying outside of things. It's not always about moving in and spacing. It's about backdashing a bunch too. He's doing that as well.
Like, the fact that he's been so effective at walking out in ranges with Bison is incredible. And now back-to-back with an EX. Enough damage to finish the job too, and Dookie picking up right where he left off.
He's out here stealing double digits of frames.
Yeah.
Psycho Axe into Psycho Axe.
It's always a classic Bison I like to see. That's how you know the opponent is a little bit fearful.
Exactly, yep.
So you can see Dookie even willing to press after the double hit scythe. Oh, the whiff punishes on the soul bot kicks have been so on point. And even exposing the low right there on the stand. Oh, and again, bro, the whiff punishes. Frozen has just been right outside Bison's hurt box every time.
Patience here by Dookie. He knows if he gets hit, if he gets opened up there, it's going to be in the super.
Exactly. He's like, no,
oh,
bro,
jump back was genius!
And he knew that he was thirsting for that V-trigger activation off the slide. Well done from Frozen right there.
I'm impressed by that read because Dookie had not really been doing that kind of stuff.
0 slides.
Yeah, exactly. And look, sure, is it a thing that Bisons do to get trigger in that moment? Typically, yeah, but Dookie had not really been playing as forcefully as that. So interesting read by Frozen. He was right. I'm sure there's a lot of experience between these two as well, both in Buenos Aires.
But yeah, I like the fact that Dookie hadn't really been activating off the slides in his whole top 8. So the fact that Frozen still kept that at the forefront of his mind, knows that that security blanket for Bison always exists.
Yeah.
I keep that at the forefront. Doesn't even get the install for free. Okay, at least switch sides for him.
Anti-air jab by Bison? All right, welcome back.
Oh, he out of there, but gets cut off at the pass. The air-to-air rising jab from Dookie right there. V-break. Oh, V-shift to V-break.
Punish, yes. Oh, it's scrambling.
He's got another V-meter there. Oh, what an anti-air Frozen clutch. Clutch in the face of a crazy Devil's Reverse. Still able to anti-air and take the first game.
Super fun first game. Very interesting decisions made on both sides. I did look up their match history on FG Combo, and they've in fact played a bunch.
Okay.
It's been 75% win ratio for Dookie against Frozen, and he won the most recent time, although that was in 2021. I'm sure they've played since then, but that's the last tournament recorded. 75% win rate by him.
But let's see, it's been the tale of the underdog today, right? Dookie defeated Shaka, Frozen defeated Shaka. We'll see if Frozen can overcome his demon here to get that Capcom Cup qualifier. Oh, he tried it again right there, but it's so difficult to consistently deal with Devil's Reverse.
Yeah, trade is fine with Dookie. Oh. Ooh, got a little lucky. He'll take that.
EX looking to chase him down as well. Yes, sir. It'll stand fierce is right outside the Soul Bots so consistently.
How many times have we seen Soul Bats this top 8? I don't know, 100? Who even knows? They've almost never been whip punished.
Yeah.
And yet Dookie with Bison on that stand fierce, a heavy button, like to be in the exact right spot with Bison and also to do it with the heavy is just fantastic.
He's just that means he's super confident in his spacing. Right? He knows the fact that as soon as he sees an animation, it's gonna whip and he's gonna punish. Like that is a very high level Street Fighter right there. Taking the throw, knows that Frozen likes to go with that back throw to get the screen advantage, but my goodness, such big damage right there. And that was an air hit, so it actually works out for Frozen perfectly. Gonna put him on death's door here because if it's stunned, it's death. Oh, and if it's stunned, it's death. My man is seeing stars right now.
He backed off. He knew what could come. I love it.
Final round.
Great stuff, Frozen here. Not going quietly into the night whatsoever. Always fighting back, making Dookie earn every spot. That was the only EX bar to Dookie's name, though, so he's going to have to earn the rest of his way in. Immediately challenged afterwards, and Frozen just taking the V-skill install. So now you have to worry about that. The Scythe is definitely a threat in this neutral. And there you go.
Yeah, I think Dookie was trying to be outside of it. Oh, my God. There are a couple frames in there of Invol. He found them.
Yeah, just barely. I love this. Yeah, he's been switching up between full screen V-skill and Fireball as well. Dookie was trying to make his way in to not let him V-skill up.
And away suddenly is Dookie, huh?
Yeah, he's got a bar, I was going to say. Now he can start pressing with the EX scissors again. He trigger 2 for the plus frames, and Dookie's just going to take the throw for now. Doesn't want to give him that super opportunity, but he's got the Scythe installed, so we've seen the raw 2 hit go into super before. Chased down with the hell attack, super smart.
And he holds on to that trigger as well. Still got the grab.
Oh, that's it's gonna be a punish because he's so close. EX gonna put him on life support here. We're gonna do overhead. Oh, instead just walks out, gets the throw bait successfully, hook, line, and seeker. 2-0 lead to start the first set of grand finals.
Look, Frozen's playing great. I mean, Dookie's also playing great throughout most of this, but the fact that he gave in to wanting to do the Crusher, the Cycle Crusher into the corner, I think is a little curious. Not what I expected, certainly. Of course, you can get through booms, right? Like there's utility in there, but leaving himself close in the corner without having traveled full screen first means you're in trouble.
I can't remember. There was one other moment as well that made me feel like Dookie is already uncomfortable, which is a little bit surprising to me considering he has a lead in terms of set advantage. But yeah, that Psycho Crusher and a moment preceding it definitely felt like Dookie is not as on point as he was up until this set.
I get the same feeling. Oh no, there's
another
great indication.
Another sign of that same thing. Oh, okay. Psycho Blast, Frozen trying to dodge it at the last moment, a little bit too late, but that's what happens when you commit to those big buttons sometimes.
Yeah, spins. Oh, wow, dash forward. Braver. Here comes Dookie. A little standing reset.
Yeah, command grab. Ah, gotta reach in, let him know. Hellfire attack into the Psycho Blast. That was a whole lot of Psycho power in that combo.
Man, he's so cool.
Here.
Even as somebody who played ST Bison, this Bison's the sickest Bison IMO. So cool.
Yeah, I think this iteration of Bison is fantastic. Yeah. Oh, stand fierce again, shutting him down. Psycho Blast with a plus frames. Interesting. Thought he would try to maybe moonsault out.
Oh, not quite whip punish. Frozen just didn't expect that.
Yeah. And no view reversals from Frozen either. He's just saving until that V trigger.
Dude, we are seeing such a different style out of Dookie. All these forward dashes, very intent about moving forwards. Frozen nullifies that now with his own pressure.
Uh-oh.
Oh, okay.
Some tricky stuff. Psycho Blast, though, just weathering the storm. Not much of a mix-up there from that space. Nice jump back jab. We've seen that a couple of times from Dookie. This time finally successful. Ah, he got caught flinching on that fireball.
Oh, tricky. Did he get
combo? Yo! Dookie indeed not only gets a combo, but kills him with it.
Oh, man, we were just talking about how sick this character is. So cool.
My goodness. That was sick. We actually, it sounded like we just saw somebody get hit in football. Like, oh, we're not talking at all. We're just like, what? That was a sick follow-up with that fireball still on the screen like that. Yeah, to get that extension and then still have the V-trigger extension too, that was really awesome.
That was rad.
1-2 here, Dookie switching up the style heavily, right?
Yes.
He's like 2-0, I got to change up my game plan. And he's looking a little bit more comfortable, a little bit more confident, even right there. I like his aggression.
Yeah, that's really been the name of the game. That's been a big change. Not that he was like not pressing buttons before, but he's just clearly more aggressive now.
Slide on in. The V trigger is looming.
Frozen knew it.
Trigger in the cut.
Oh, which side? Tricky.
Yeah.
You know, one thing we've almost never seen is V-Skill 1 for Bison, which I'm surprised about because he's certainly been in a lot of situations where he could be doing it against Boom.
Yeah, exactly. He would absorb a projectile here and there, but it's not been on his mind apparently. He shift away. I love that from Frozen. He's trying to get that space back, and yes, the trade will work out for him this time. We saw the trade not work out for a previous opponent, but yes, great recognition from Frozen, and now is on set point, reset point. Look at this. All that great live close enough to get the throw, too.
Very quick cornering. That's exactly what Dookie had been doing before. Yes, he's harassing.
The stand fierces have been coming in hot and heavy. Ooh, that Soma barely hit. Ah, cut off of the pass. The stun is there. Showing stars. That is the Shadow leader after all. And now here we go. Dookie bouncing back, trying to force a game 5 in this first set. Ah, the EX stomp coming in immediately. That V skill gets shut down. Didn't actually even get the install off.
Maybe a chance to move forward. Not quite. Lovely Frozen.
Yo! Oh, the dash into the roundhouse was
so
too
much
fire.
Same read. We've seen that before. He's going to get some life back and pressure.
Roll here. Get one more hit. Oh, no! You should. Oh, he chased him down. He gets the counter hit.
Oh, yeah.
Leaving him standing.
Oh, yeah. Here's the aggression.
No check on the dash. The +1. Trying to keep him nice and tight with the frame trap. Oh, base shift and a backdash. Get me out of dodge, please. Ah, and he catches a reach but no big punish. The crouch jab will finish the first set off. Frozen 3-1, and we're all knotted up here in Grand Finals.
It's going to have to be one final set of 3 out of 5, and that was a very back and forth set, even just in those games that we saw. Frozen had control throughout a lot of it, but there were definitely series in there where it was Dookie who had more, just due to offense, due to pressure, due to forward movement, really made it difficult for Frozen to even get some space to deal with in the first place. So in my mind, that's sort of what the battle is here. Will Frozen manage to get that pressure right away, or will he get the neutral game that he's really done well in? Or will there be more pressure opportunities, more forward aggression on Dookie's side? And again, I would love to see more, or at all maybe, V-Skill 1 versus Boom. There's been plenty of situations where we've seen Boom, and then, Frozen waits, maybe for a jump, looking for anti-air, maybe he sets up his own V-Skill, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, Boom's moving across the screen, and we have not seen Bison yank that thing into his pocket yet.
Yeah, and I definitely want to see it just as an option on the table for further block strings, right? Just because, like, you could use that at the end of a lot of Bison's pressure to kind of throw off your opponent in situations that normally they're trying to press back in. So not only will it nullify the projectiles, but it will present a different rhythm for Frozen to deal with defensively. And that's what Dookie's really been most successful at, is getting in on the opponent and then kind of one-turning the Nash. So if you can find different ways to open them up with that, add some more mental stack to the opponent, it could be something worth considering.
We've seen it change, though. It's not V-Trigger 2 anymore. It's V-Trigger 1.
Okay.
Now, we saw this before. We saw this yesterday from Dookie. That was the trigger that he played. Today, it's been all V-Trigger 2 until now.
Yeah, I honestly like the V-Trigger 1 in this matchup. It's going to give him some enhanced movement, so some more vulnerability frames to dash through things, as well as just kind of making the most out of the hits he does get, right, with some of the extensions, canceling special, and the EX special.
I really like V-Trigger 1 for Bison this season. They buffed it, and it's very strong.
Reaching after the V-break, though. It's a -2 situation. My goodness, though. Paying dearly for it. Most of his life bar delay.
Oh, that's a punish!
Oh, boy.
So is that. As Frozen finds the knockdown.
Oh, my goodness. And the V-Trigger, a slight delay on that scissor kick because of that V-Trigger might be what actually caused the hit.
Yeah. The timing of that is so different than normal scissors.
Oh, okay. I love the jump back jabs. Wow, even the stand jab anti-airing that. A wee bit surprised. A good sweep here.
Outside of easy range, there's Dookie. He's looking really hardcore for air approach that Frozen.
Guess he just doesn't want to be put in that guess scenario if he does end up blocking. Look at it. He will take the negative trades as long as he doesn't have to block afterwards.
Putting up a wall. Frozen looking good. Uh-oh, here we go. That crush gave Dookie the activation point.
Oh, tried some shenanigans right there, but Frozen was ready with the V-shift away. CA on deck for Frozen out. Oh, my goodness.
Remember, he could dash to the other side. He's got all sorts of wild mobility options.
I love that early jump button right there to stuff the jump back jab. Very smart adjustment from Frozen. Does get double upped on. I thought he was going to get chased down and punished, but doesn't get caught flinching here. Still not flinching just yet.
So that trigger's out. Oh, to the other side. He gets a punish, and Dookie game number 1.
Very nice, yeah. And the EA side, it's a reliable anti-air a lot of the time, but that Devil's Reverse, such a weird air trajectory, can immediately just get behind you in the blink of an eye and right there causing it to whiff, and a punish for Dookie to get back his lead in this set.
So that changed, the trigger, it did come into play sometimes, certainly. Yeah. The first round, the W that he got there, as you said, different timing on the scissors. Maybe been part of why it was successful. Second round came into play as well. He finally tried it and it didn't work. That's actually hilarious.
It's like, I had the right idea, not using this. Now, yeah, with that great life starting to build up so good for Bison. We've seen the jump back jab, a consistent answer. Frozen has adjusted himself.
Did he just remember? What's going on here? This dude's so strong and he didn't do that until game 6 or whatever we're in now.
Oh, even the V-Skill right there. Again, these jumps have been stuffed now with these early jump roundhouses from Frozen. I love the adjustment. He's shifting away. It's time for you to come to me. Uh-oh. He's at the door.
There it is, but challenged and ready was Frozen.
No and one mixtapes here. Take it back to 30 for 30.
The temptation to dash to the other side is just so strong. When you're in trigger 1 as Bison, like, you just want to party.
Yeah, exactly. That's all I would want to do. I love that from Frozen. Fighting back as soon as he gets cornered, does the shimmy as well successfully.
Taking the meter there. Hoping to see the reversal, nothing. He activates.
Oh, stay on the same side. He can switch at the last moment. You can see how much damage that is because it even sets up the EX Cycle Ball. Get out of here. You're staying in the corner.
Dookie's still here.
No biting here. One hit away now. Either strike or throw. He somehow ends up just jumping over, getting thrown himself. The jump fierce coming in hot, catching the start of a V-Trigger 2? Not sure.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Oh, man.
But I don't know why it wasn't just the anti-air side.
Yeah. Frozen maybe already committing to an option. Again, both of these players probably know each other pretty well, just not expecting that to come out. Good job from Doogie right there, recognizing the whip throw in time to take advantage of it. Not an easy thing to do.
Well, he's really finding a lot more marks here. Still there? Yes.
Good discipline, and this is a hefty life lead to start. Frozen does check the dash, and we got V-Trigger 2 activate. He'll take the thick throw for now, considering the CA is on deck.
That's so tricky.
Consistently avoiding that anti-air option. V-break to get through the fireball. Again, eating another throw here. Doesn't want to eat the big damage and let Frozen get this life lead.
He spends all the trigger.
Finally, Tex.
But Dookie's approach here has to... Boy, look at this. I don't know.
I think he's alive because of the scaling.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. Doogie has a chance to take a 2-0 lead, blocks the overhead, gets the punish activation. As long as he doesn't drop it here, it is the end. Oh, he does though. Goes for a simpler combo, gets the ankle breaker that he's looking for. It takes a 2-0 lead.
What? Was anything at the end right there?
I could be mistaken. I'm pretty sure he could have got the kill combo.
Yeah, definitely. He had an EX bar.
Yeah, he had EX, right? So I figured he'd go into an EX extension. Didn't end up doing it, but it didn't cost him in the end. Now it is a 2-0 lead after the reset. Dookie, that V-Trigger switch-up has been paying off. Just in general, his gameplay adjustments have been looking sharp. But we did just see Frozen come back 3 games straight against Shaka. See if he can put on a repeat performance.
I feel like, although it is 2-0 Dookie, that it's just
It don't
even.
feel like 2-0 Dookie, right? It doesn't.
Yeah.
I agree. Oh my goodness, the Haymaker was coming out trying to punch the Dark Powers out of the air.
Here we go, Frozen just like that's in the corner. Setting up
Oh!
He waited. Before attacking, he waited. That was a fantastic round by Frozen.
Yeah, a dominant way to get back into the set for sure. It's a W on the board here. We talked about the dangerous momentum that this character, that this player really utilizes. You don't want to let him start going.
The dangling roundhouse, the early one.
Yeah. Psycho Blast ends up landing right on top of it, but a slight missed time on that Psycho Axe. Wow.
Yeah, that's great.
Oh,
okay.
Never have I seen that one before.
Still holding on a trigger here is Dookie. He's not... I don't think he's V-reversal a single one of those EX moonsaults.
Yeah. Definitely being content with holding on to his V-meter a lot of the time. And here we go. We find ourselves in the same spot and thought he would bet on the throw. He does it, and wow, actually avoiding the scissor kick and punishing it. Beautiful stuff from Frozen. 2-1, and man, like you said, that did not look like a 2-0 lead from Dookie. It is a 2-1 lead now, and Frozen. That was the most dominant game, I think, of Grand Finals so far.
Right, yeah. And capped off by that specific read that his opponent would do something like scissors or slide or whatever it was going to be. He was right.
Yep.
No, I mean, look, if you're Bison, like, why not do scissors? You have the ability to cancel into another special when you're in trigger 1. But I guess there's the reason why. Maybe, okay, look, whenever he's tried B-skill, he's actually had his butt kicked, so I get it. All right. You were right.
Udo German is here, and Frozen already looking to run away with this round. Wow, that's why Doogie fighting back with everything he's got right there. Even switching sides via the V-Trigger 1 dashes again. Oh no, but too aggressive that time. UX to the plus frames. Frozen will take the throw. We're waking up with our own, though. Give me that plus frame. Try to shimmy him out his boots, but he's staying solid.
Down to a grabber. Not. Oh! Yeah, all the way into the corner. Oh, the interruption!
What
Brave moment.
Really recognizing when those psycho axes are going to start coming out. Ah, the overhead is there. Frozen, that's definitely not a option he goes with a lot, but a great round ender. Caught him off guard there.
Seeing some of that aggression from Dookie. Yes, I feel like we haven't seen that in multiple games.
Yeah.
That whiff punish on Soba just hasn't really been about that as much as it was at the start.
Yeah, Frozen's done. Oh, it was almost another scenario right there. I was just going to say Frozen's done a good job not whiffing it as much. The challenges in between these buttons, like he's caught the Psycho Axe a couple of times now.
Getting underneath. Frozen doing a great job with his movement. Here we go. Yes.
Oh, cuts him off with the pass here. That's big damage. Frozen got CA on deck as well. Next hit will be it. Yeah, it's a funky setup. He's tried that a couple of times, but it doesn't look like he's plus after.
Giving her the bar. Frozen just maybe hoping to deny activation. Yeah, jumps way away, way far away from where Dookie can easily activate. That was so well played. And Dookie, because maybe he wasn't in an easy spot for activation, you know, special into it, slide into it, it seemed like he tried to force the issue.
He did, 100%, and that's kind of going back to what we talked about, how Dookie looks a little bit more uncomfortable in this grand finals than he had in the sets leading up to this point. He honestly had been content a lot of the time. Remember his setup against Shaka. He just stood on the other side of the screen against Dawson. He didn't care.
Right. That's right.
He was just chilling, and then right there was still enough time left on the clock to where he could have played that a little bit more slowly, but he tried to force the issue. You could tell he's feeling the pressure. He doesn't want the set to slip away from him, but we are at a final game.
Capcom Cup on the line between these two. Starting out okay for Dookie here, but the tech comes, still maintains corner control.
This is what he wants. When you're feeling nervous, when you're feeling unsure of yourself, you need a round star like this.
Yes. Oh yeah, exactly. What is he looking for? Oh boy.
This is a fantastic, a big confidence builder, but oh my goodness, if he loses this round, it can all come crashing down. Could be the mental break that allows Frozen to take the entire grand finals.
Dude, Dookie did not even want to challenge at all. He wanted out of there, but Frozen's back in.
V-Trigger is gone, but so is that life lead that Dookie had.
Finally, Universal! Finally!
Oh, he's feeling the pressure.
Yes, first time, and it comes twice in a row.
And now Frozen knows he doesn't have that opportunity. He can't slide. He can't do that scissor kick into V-Trigger anymore. Catches the Psycho Axe, and it was close enough to get the combo. Great awareness from Dookie right there. Back on tournament point.
Capcom Cup on the line.
Oh, point blank. The V-skill works out this time. He immediately lets it rip.
Frozen just caught in the corner yet again. And trying to be active about it, right?
Yeah.
Trying to play with his own spacing. Does not want to get caught easily, but he's nevertheless there.
Like that Dookie taking the throw right there. Notices that Frozen is being a little bit more timid, but the Soba gets shut down again.
These button timings are all new. He did not pressure like this before, and Frozen's in big trouble.
Frozen so close to a comeback here, but he's getting oppressed in the corner right now. Finds a good challenge and an activation point and actually catches the backdash. Still not out of it.
Trigger 2. This can make it happen. This is a dangerous one. He's in here. He's got the corner all the way through. Stuns an issue for Dookie.
That frame kill definitely caught him off guard right there. He didn't know what to do about it. Does get the stun off this back throw. The combo is going to be very close in terms of death. EX afterwards, not going to be enough here. Puts him on life support. That Psycho Blast gets cleared. The stomp is also blocked. Tried to catch the chase down, but didn't get it. And the throw does it. Dookie off the activation. Keeps it nice and simple. The strike throw game at the end of the day is what it's all about. And Dookie finds the last hit he needs.
And he qualifies for Capcom Cup, as was foretold again at the beginning when Chaos, his first opponent, said, "My rival," meaning Dookie, is one of the strongest I have played here in South America. He's a clear candidate to win the CPT, and that is exactly what happened right there. And what I love about this set, well, lots of things, right? The comeback by Frozen in the first set, the win of the first set by Frozen, the comeback later, all sorts of interesting stuff that went on. But that last game, the pressure was just unlike anything we had seen out of Dookie. So much harassment in the corner, different button timings. He harassed with Stand Fierce itself a lot more than we had seen before. Previously, it was mostly a whiff punish and mid-range control button, which it often is, but there he was just pressuring differently, and you could see, I think that really got to Frozen.
Exactly. Frozen had been so good at kind of weathering the storm in the corner and getting out of it and still making the most out of those rounds, but Dookie made sure to shut down all those things that Frozen had done to escape the corner or to effectively fight out of it. He took them away. And the ability to recognize that in a tournament game scenario after being reset on, after being come back on, is incredibly impressive mental fortitude.
Yeah, absolutely right. Very deserving of this win. Man, I'm really impressed by Dookie. Yeah, the end of this round was a bunch of wild stuff.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about right here, where he had the EX bar on deck. We thought he was going to go into an EX combo. Didn't do it, but it didn't cost him in the end. And this is where Frozen's comeback started, right? 2-0, dominant game 3. Like, completely just mauled him both rounds of game 3. We see the comeback right here with the V-trigger. Yeah, ends up getting thrown, but still tied it back up. This is the round that Dookie kind of overwhelmed him in the corner, but still he made it close, right? He got an opportunity to play and then made Dookie sweat for it off that Psycho Blast. It's one of the best EX moves in the game. That's what we talked about at the very start of this top 8, and it came through in the clutch multiple times in this grand finals.
Yeah, right down to the end on this. Just kept it very simple at the end. Frozen was Frozen.
Yeah.
And ends up losing here. Look at that result. 3-2 in the end. Man, that was a top 8. We were telling you guys at the beginning that the South America West scene has a bunch of killers. In fact, so much so that one of the best known, Piccolo, didn't even make this top 16, right? This is a very strong scene here. The countries that are involved. And again, Argentina with the top 3, but shout outs to Chile and Peru, who both had players in this top 16 and in this top 8. Fantastic region.
Yeah, I enjoyed top 8 and top 16 thoroughly. Thank you to all of our players. Amazing Street Fighter V on display once again. Thanks to everybody that tuned in as well. But before we get out of here, we want to thank a couple of more people and then come back with some recaps. So to start it off, once again, shout outs to Street Fighter Duel, helping out the Capcom Pro Tour. It is also available in China with a global version coming soon. Y'all know what it is. Help me campaign to get these costumes in Street Fighter VI. I can't be the only voice doing it, and I promise you will not regret it. The costumes are too ill. I want to see it in the next game, but for now, if you're in China, hit the download button. If not, continue waiting very, very impatiently like the rest of us.
Let's talk more about suits in this game, costumes in this game. Talk about the tracksuits in particular. Yeah, as you can see right there, sure, you can buy them with fight money, but new tracksuit colors will release for free after each CPT premiere event featuring the winning character. Well, before that has been Luke, it's been Falk, it's been Dalsum, it's been Jury, and it's been Cody. Well, you all saw the result of this one. Bisons are going to get released as well.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Bison going to be showing out, showing off with the tracksuits, so all the Bison players can rejoice. Have a great thanking to Dookie to do, as he is the one that has unlocked the tracksuits for everybody. Now, thank you, all of you that have joined us for this top 8. We're going to take our last break before getting back and making sure that we recap all of the action and tell you what the next CPT event coming up is. Do not go anywhere.
Time to fight, time to fight. Never give up, we won't retreat. The ones who stand have turned to defeat. So fight, time to fight. Glory waits for those who fight. We unite, we are Street Fighters.
When you go looking for strength, it's not like a game. This journey doesn't have a real ending. Okay then, hope you're ready to begin. If you want to start off on the right foot in this city, hit the streets.
Yeah, ain't there I do this. Never fear losing. And when I get up in the game, y'all be improved. A real problem, but I solve them all face proof. And if you think I'm going forward, then you talking fool. Yeah, y'all wanna win, let me spin, boy. All dunks aside, I'm super fly like I'm hanging off the rim, boy. I've been winning for my kinfolk, and I put on for my city from the intro. Fight!
It started from the ground up, training getting wound up, channeling the inner self and moving up and down, crossing over, passing down, on the time the clock and keep score. Years I never thought it crossed before. When I get tired on my knees, I gotta dig in the deep. I feel like I'm on the road, it really has got me. Since I went to win, no goodbyes. If you just let it get, I'm out here scheming, riding around and dreaming. Once I get the feeling, the top player is here.
Let me have some fun.
Ready? Then show me.
This will be a good fight.
If you wanna come and stand up to me, pull up on me now. If you want to challenge to me, what you wanna call me now? I'm on the road to the top and I'm not looking back. I'm on the road to the top and I'm not looking back. Never back. This is our destiny.
My secret arts, Shoryuken! Street Fighter VI. All riders have to strike out on their own.
Let's do this.
CPT South America West has a champion, and that champion is Dookie. Congratulations to him and his dictator for taking it in two very interesting sets against Frozen. My name's Ultra David with Ringe. We've been guiding you through. Let's talk about that top 8.
Absolutely. It was a phenomenal top 8 from start to finish. We saw Dookie have to climb past Chaos, also defeated Shaka in a 3-0 upset, I would say, given their history, right? We had Shaka kind of dominating the sets up until this point, but that's what we talked about. If you're going to defeat your demon, today is the day to do it with the golden ticket of Capcom Cup on the line. We saw Shaka take down Young Ho to get into that winners finals in the first place. And then the losers bracket was chocked full of action. Darlon over Kenshiro in the mirror match. Frozen taking down Rodrigo on his way to getting all the way to losers finals, right? taking down Chaos 3-0, taking down Young Ho 3-0, had won 9 straight matches up against Shaka, which then put him at an immediate 2-0 deficit, only for him to bounce back 3 games straight. And it looked like we might have got a repeat performance of that in the grand finals. We saw the reset from Frozen. Dookie went up 2-0, then Frozen once again forcing a game 5, only for Dookie to completely switch it up in the last game and take the tournament.
As I look at this now, I noticed that there are multiple 3-0s. I didn't really notice that at the time.
Same. Like, it didn't feel like that.
No, even those 3-0s felt like there was still very competitive matches going on. You know, there you go, 3-0s. It's just that it seemed like it was more, and I think that that speaks to the strength of the region.
Yeah.
Man, I really liked what Dookie did in his match versus Shaka. I just felt like that was some of the most textbook Bison versus Dawson play that I've seen in a really long time. Fantastically played. The changes that Frozen went to ended up taking it over Shaka, the guy who, of course, sent him to loser side in the top 16 yesterday. I thought that was very impressive, too. And I just want to give hats off to Argentina for getting all top 3 there. As I mentioned, in the top 16, they were fully half of the top 16 with 8 players.
Wow.
And then in the top 8, they had been whittled down to only 3. But it was these 3 that ended up getting all the way towards the end. Dookie, Frozen, and Shaka. Hey, shout-outs to Chile and to Peru for also getting players into this top 8 and into this top 16. But gotta say, Argentina seemed like the best today.
Absolutely. I mean, the results speak for themselves when it comes to that, right? And you could just see the expertise of the country showing out in Street Fighter V and just in general what playing with each other and kind of growing your scene consistently will do, right? Both of these players, or all 3 of these players, I should say, play with each other quite frequently. We heard that, I believe it was Frozen and Shaka, right, play almost every day, if not every day, up against each other. I'm sure Dookie is also in that mix from time to time. I have to imagine that's the case. And all of these 3 players, steel sharpens steel. It's a saying for a reason. And all these players playing against each other constantly, you could see when you do that, you're going to end up in these big top 8s, facing your sparring partners, facing those people that you grind day in and day out with. So it's a beautiful thing. It's tough losing to them, but if you're going to lose to anybody, it's got to be those people that you train with on the daily.
We talked about the prize pool is $5,000 among the top 4, which are Dookie, Frozen, Shaka, and Youngho. Shout-outs to the players who ended up getting that thing. That was your top 4 right there, distributed amongst them, that $5K. The rest of the top 8 was Chaos and Darlon in 5th place. 7th places, Rodrigo and Kenshiro. Yeah, all the way across this thing. The characters were very interesting to watch. The decisions that the players made, very interesting to watch. The changes, the adaptations that we saw, even among players who know each other well. Very, very interesting matches. Shout-outs to this region. I really enjoyed watching.
Most definitely, the top 8 was phenomenal. The top 16 was as well. I highly recommend going back and checking out the VOD if you missed yesterday's action. And yeah, thank you everybody that has tuned in. It was a phenomenal top 8. And again, we do not have a winner's interview today, this week, unfortunately. So big ups to Dookie. Once again, congrats to him. He will be at Capcom Cup. He is your CPT South America West champion. And what I believe we're going to talk about what CPT events we got next, right? Let's see what's on the docket for us. It's going to be Asia Southeast registration closing on July 10th. That is going to be today. So it might have already closed by the time you're hearing this, but the streams are going to be next week, Saturday and Sunday, holding it down for one of the best regions when it comes to fighting games, period.
Of course, there are former EVO champions for Street Fighter in Asia Southeast. So there's strength there, but there's a lot more than just, and there's a lot of players in that region who are all very strong. They use interesting characters, in fact, some that you rarely see in other regions. So sure, check that out. Even if you're not in that area, if you're not in that region, still come on back next week. The streams will be July 16th and 17th, 2 a.m. Pacific time.
Ooh,
I know some people who are going to be awake at that time.
I was going to say, I like it.
Yeah, those are Ringe hours right there. But yeah, wherever you are in the world, check it out next week.
Most definitely. And we're going all around the world, too, because I believe after Asia Southeast, we're going to Central America East and then Australia. So, yeah, we're getting all kinds of Street Fighter V action all around the globe. It's going to be a beautiful thing. Again, that's going to be next week for Asia Southeast. Then we're taking a week break and coming back with Central America East. Then another week break and coming back with Australia. So it's going to be incredible CPT action. We're going to crown some more Capcom Cup participants. Again, Dookie is your CPT South America West champion. Once again, congrats to him. I can't wait to see him show off his talents at Capcom Cup. Before we get out of here, David, you got anything else to say?
Just enjoyed the region very much, as I knew that I would. There's a lot of strong players there, and it was a blast to watch. Hats off again to Dookie. Hats off to all the Bison players who get your CPT tracksuits for free now. Going to be looking forward to that. Thanks a lot for commentating. Thanks to everybody for watching. That's going to do it. See you next week.
On deck, and oh no, got beat to the punch because of it, and it is death for Tadavalos finding the combo he needed off the act. Let me walk back out of that. Oh, nowhere. Oh, backdash! My God. Oh, command grab! Yeah, there ain't no fight about it after that. Gets the bonus damage. With this at the air, times it perfectly, but no, the challenge unsuccessful that time. Oh, sends it to the ground, I think, but no, they'll confirm that time. Oh, yeah, pump the feature as well. Put him on life support at the end of it. Oh, beautiful. Be a stun, and the follow-up combo should be enough. The scaling is not enough to save you. But there's a heavy reward and a beautiful side switch on top of it. Then you got Carl with it. Against also. Oh no, this is trouble. Ground fireball as well. He knew he was coming, but he didn't get the combo. Kenshiro though with the remaining V trigger. What?
Incredible space.
He got him. No. Reach is starting to teach him a lesson. He's been doing it for 10 years after all. Oh boy. That'll do it. To activate and get the command throw. One more throw now. Set up. Oh! Rarely has been caught in the corner like this, but he is here. It's a big opportunity for Frozen now.
Chose not to even combo. This is going to be Frozen.
Yeah, he's on deck. This should be it. Frozen again. Hits 3-2 over Shaka. Completes it.
Oh, does he get combo? Yo! Smash me trigger 2. This can make it happen. This is the dangerous one. He's in here. He's got the corner all the way through. Stuns an Ishii for Dookie.
That flame blast gets cleared. The stomp is also blocked. Tried to catch the chase down, but didn't get it. And the throw.